Hetty.
Yes. All righty, good morning. Calling roll. Chair Lieber.
Here.
Vice Chair Gaines is absent. Member Vasquez.
Present.
Member Schaefer.
Present.
And Controller Cohen.
Is she on Teams?
She's on, let's see here. Give her a second to get on. Controller Cohen. Let's see if it's on mute or not.
Good morning, I'm here.
Okay, good, yes. I'm going to continue with the roll. If a member of the board attends the meeting by teleconference from a remote location, the member shall disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at the remote location with the member and the general nature of the member's relationship with such individuals. Therefore, Member Cohen, is there anyone 18 years of age or older present in the room at your remote location? If yes,
No, ma'am.
please- Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Members, a quorum is present and the board meeting is called to order. We will begin with our Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Vasquez.
Ready, begin.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members, we'd like to go now to members' brief opening remarks, if there are any. Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. I know we have a full agenda, so I'm going to try to make it brief here. But real quickly, once again, I'd like to recognize our famous leader, civil rights activist Dolores Huerta, who just celebrated her 94th-year-old birthday. So she's 94 young and still very active on issues, especially as it relates to labor issues and women issues. Also looking forward to recognizing Earth Day, which is coming up, our annual celebration on April the 22nd that honors the achievements of the environmental movement and raises awareness of the need to protect Earth's natural resources for future generations. The first Earth Day on April 22nd, 1970, attended by 20 million people across the United States, strengthened the support for legislation such as the Clean Air Act, updated in 1970, and the Endangered Species Act of 1973. Since then, Earth Day has evolved into what may be the largest civic event on Earth, activating billions across 192 countries to safeguard our planet and fight for the brighter future. And lastly, I wanted to also recognize the Administrative Professionals Day coming up on April the 26th. I'd like to take a moment to sincerely thank all of our capable and valuable administrator employees, whether they are from the BOE or outside the BOE, and specifically my board and their members, my staff, for all their support they give us throughout the year. And with that, I'll turn it back over to my chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Schaefer, did you have any comments that you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I usually mention a couple of birthdays, if I can relate them, to my district. Today is the birthday of Wilbur Wright and of the famous Wright brothers. And of course, San Diego is the aircraft capital of the world, maybe. So that's a relation. And that's also the birthday of Charlie Chaplin. I used to be engaged to the Charlie Chaplin impersonator, a woman that had every little mannerism down and appeared on a lot of stages as Charlie Chaplin. She's retired now in Desert Hot Springs in my district. I did want to mention a publication that we should all be aware is out there. David Dorr wrote California's Tax Machine. It's a book of 800 pages. And I want you to know that I spend about a half hour every night reading this before I go to sleep. And there's a fascinating history of every proposition that's been on the ballot in the last 40, 50 years in California. including Prop 13 and all of these other proposals and what effect they have on our tax equipment. We also learned that our executive director, who has always served as at the pleasure of the board and has always been a very competent person, used to serve at the pleasure of the majority vote of the California State Senate. And also there's stories here about assessors who have, 2 or 3 of them have been in prison, and one of them took their own life over controversies they couldn't deal with. But there's an awful lot to learn about the tax history by David Dorr, who spent 20 years as chief consultant for the Assembly Tax Committee and actually spent 3 years in Washington, D.C. as a tax expert. We lost him a few years ago, but the Caltax made it a point to see that we each got a copy of this book when we spoke with him. I did find that our chair doesn't have one yet, so I'll take care of that. But if any of you are curious, as I am, about the tax world, do get a book of this. It's 800 pages, and devote a couple hours to it. You'll find it fascinating. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schaefer. Controller Cohen, did you have comments that you wanted to make?
No, thank you, not at this time.
Thank you. I just wanted to report that I attended the March 26, 2024 Franchise Tax Board, which was very ably chaired by our controller. And we heard a presentation on artificial intelligence and also received information on electronic payment options for taxpayers. And so I'll be reporting other issues as they come up at the FTB. So thank you very much, members. And we'll go now to Mr. Chetty to make our informational announcement.
Good morning. Our first order of business is our informational announcement. This meeting is live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE YouTube channel. Therefore, we ask that all speakers please state your name first before you begin speaking for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly into the microphone. I would like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Note the public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on matters before the board. If there is any members of the public wishing to speak to the board on an agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing in to the meeting on the teleconference line before your agenda item begins. We recommend this as the audio broadcast of the website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll go on now to item 1. This is public comment on matters that are not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the board regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot take action on items that are not on our agenda. However, we can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration in the future. If there are public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. And we do not have any written comments, nor do we have any speaker cards. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, could you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 1?
If you would like to make a public comment regarding item 1, please press 1, then 0 at this time. That command again, 1, then 0. And we have no comments at this time.
Thank you, moderator. We'll go on to our tax program matters. Item 2 is the public hearing for property tax assessees presentations on valuation of state assessed properties presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. I am here to introduce the State Assessee's presentations on the valuation of state assessed properties. Under Property Tax Rule 903, the board provides state assessees with the opportunity to make public presentations regarding the valuation of their unitary property. Today is the second of two opportunities, the other being at the February meeting, where state assessees may come before the board and make presentations regarding matters affecting their annual valuation. These presentations are informational only and do not require any board action. I am not aware of any state assessees that are planning on making a presentation today. However, I will note that the State Assessed Properties Division staff has met with many state assessees already this year to discuss specific matters related to the valuations, and we will continue to make ourselves available to any state assessee that would like to meet with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions for Mr. McCool? Okay, seeing none, I know that we do not have any written comments coming forward, nor individuals in the auditorium who would like to comment. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please let us know if there's anyone waiting to comment on item 2.
For a public comment related to item 2, please press 1, then 0. And we have no comments at this time.
Thank you, moderator. And if there aren't any comments from the board members, we'll go on to item 3, which is the audit of Terrigen Dixie Valley LLC. Items 3 through 7 are constitutional functions. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Sections 15626. And this is presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Again, good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. The State Assessed Properties Division performs routine audits of state assessees under the authority of California Revenue and Taxation Code Section 828 and Government Code Section 15618. The purpose of a property tax audit is to determine the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of the financial data furnished by state assessees and used by the board in the valuation process. Audits also include an internal review of the methods, calculations, and assumptions used by the State Assessed Properties Division. Before you today for your consideration are 3 property tax audits completed by State Assessed Properties Division staff. The assessees have been presented with a copy of the audit report and provided an opportunity to provide additional information in response to the audit report. Upon adoption of each audit, the assessee will receive official notice of their value change and are provided 50 days in which they may appeal. As a reminder to our public audience, due to the confidential nature of the material and the fact that the audit report and findings are not attached to the public agenda notice, we are limited in what we can discuss publicly on these agenda items. The first audit for the board's consideration is for Harbor Cogeneration Company. I'm available to answer any questions if needed, and I ask for your adoption of this audit. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions for Mr. McCool? Okay. Seeing none, Mr. McCool, I have item 3 as Terrigen Dixie Valley.
My mistake. I misspoke. The first audit for the board's consideration is for Terrigen Dixie Valley LLC. My apologies.
Okay, thank you so much. Seeing no questions or comments, the suggested motion is to adopt the audit report for Terrigen Dixie Valley LLC. Mr. Vasquez, Mr. Schaefer, would you like to second the motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. And we do not have written comments on this item, nor have we received any cards for anyone who would like to make public comment. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone who's waiting who would like to comment on item 3?
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 3, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Command again is 1, then 0. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Members, we have a motion by Mr. Vasquez to adopt the audit report for Terrigen Dixie Valley LLC, seconded by Mr. Schaefer. If there are not further questions or comments, we can ask Ms. Cicchetti to please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen. I believe you're muted.
Yes, aye.
Okay, the motion passes, and we'll go on now to item 4, the audit of Consolidated Communications of California Company, also presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Chair Lieber and honorable members, the next audit is for Consolidated Communications of California. They were provided a copy of their audit report and findings. They did not provide information that would change the findings. They will also have a 50-day window after adoption of the audit findings in which they may file an appeal. I am available to answer any questions and ask for adoption of the audit for Consolidated Communications. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. McCool? Seeing none, the suggested motion is to adopt the audit report for Consolidated Communications. Mr. Schaefer, did you wish to make the motion?
I so move.
Thank you. And seconded by Mr. Vasquez. We'll go to public comment. We do not have written comments or anyone that has filled out a comment card, so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone who would like to make a public comment regarding item 4?
If you would like to make a public comment related to item 4, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Thank you. Okay, members, we have a motion to adopt the audit report for Consolidated Communications from Mr. Schaefer, seconded by Mr. Vasquez. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the roll.
Ready. Chair Lieber,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you very much, members. The motion passes. And we'll go on now to item 5, the audit of Lightspeed Networks, Inc., and this is also presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Chair Lieber and honorable members, the final audit for your consideration today is for Lightspeed Networks. Lightspeed was provided a copy of their audit report and findings. They did not provide information that would change the findings, and they will have an additional 50 days after adoption of the findings in which they may file an appeal. I am available for questions and ask for your adoption of the audit for Lightspeed Networks.
Okay,
Thank
any
you.
questions, members? Seeing none, the recommended motion is to adopt the audit report.
So moved.
Mr. Schaefer moves, and seconded by Mr. Vasquez. We have not received comment cards or have written comments on this item, so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would let us know if there's anyone hoping to make comments regarding item 5.
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 5, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Members, we have a motion by Mr. Schaefer, seconded by Mr. Vasquez, to adopt the audit report for Lightspeed Networks. And Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the roll.
Yes. Chair Lieber,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes, and we'll go on now to item 6. This is land-escaped assessment for Southern California Edison Company, and this item will be presented by Ms. DiNapoli and Mr. Ibarra. If you'd please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. I'm Pamela DiNapoli, manager of the Real Property Appraisal Section. With me today is Jason Ibarra, supervisor of the Real Property Appraisal Section. Revenue and Taxation Code 758 allows for the addition of assessments to the roll that have escaped assessments. We are here this morning to present land escaped assessments for the board's consideration. Agenda items 6 and 7 represent new property acquired by state assessees that was not timely added to the applicable assessment roll. Both assessees have been notified of the escaped assessments and have been given an opportunity to provide additional information to change our escaped assessment findings. In addition, each assessee will have 50 days after adoption of the escaped assessments to file appeal if they so choose. The first set of land escaped assessments for the board's consideration are for Southern California Edison Company. SoCal Edison had 3 land parcels that escaped assessment for the 2023 roll year. Mr. Rivera and I are available should you have any questions, and I ask for the board's adoption of these escaped assessments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, are there any questions for staff? Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, ma'am, I don't quite understand the not subject to contribution disclosure statute. Unfortunately, I don't have any contributions to report, but I just wondered why this is different than this wording appears when it doesn't appear on many other entries.
Okay.
I was just going to say, that's a legal question. I'm going to have to ask counsel to help me out here.
Thank you.
Good morning, Norman Scott, Acting Chief Counsel. Good to see you all today. In response to your question, Mr. Schaefer, the contribution disclosure statute applies to adjudicatory matters. This is not an adjudicatory matter as that is defined in the statute. Therefore, contribution disclosure statements are not required for this
Right,
matter.
we're just getting a report here. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? If not,
Yes, I have a question.
Oh, Ms. Cohen.
Yes, thank you. So, good morning, staff and team. Mr. McCool, it's always good to hear your presentation. I wanted to just ask quickly, how was the additional information provided? And then how was the additional information evaluated?
So for the original escapes, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay, so they provide land change forms for us each year, and they typically provide them in their property statement, or a couple of years ago, we actually created a email where they could provide them directly. And so these were just missed. We do several hundred every year, and these were missed. It was a BOE internal error. And so it was just an acquiring of parcels with us.
Can Southern Edison still appeal?
I think
Mr. McCool?
would like to answer this.
Chair Cohen, just to add additional information to your original question, a 30-day notice is provided to each state assessee once we have identified parcels that have escaped assessment and intend to add them to the public agenda notice. So the additional information was provided in response to our 30-day notice. We received email communications from Southern California Edison identifying the fact that they had filed these forms timely. That led us to investigate the matters further and realize that it was an internal processing error for these particular land escapes, and therefore we did not apply any statutory interest or penalties for these particular escapes. And yes, their second question, there will be a 50-day window after adoption in which they can still appeal these escaped assessments.
Have they appealed before, after the 50-day window?
We typically do not receive additional appeals. I can't say it's never happened, but probably 95+% of the time, we do not see appeals.
Okay, I get it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have no other questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, the recommended motion is to adopt the land escaped assessments for Southern California Edison Company. Mr. Vasquez moves. Mr. Schaefer seconds. And we do not have written comments, nor do we have any comment cards in the auditorium. AT&T moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 6 on the agenda.
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 6, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Members, we have a motion to adopt the land escaped assessments for Southern California Edison from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Keddy, if you would please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you, members. The motion carries. And we'll go on now to item 7, which is also a land escaped assessment for T-Mobile West LLC, doing business as T-Mobile, also presented by Ms. DiNapoli and Mr. Ibarra.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I'm Jason Ibarra, Supervisor of the Real Property Appraisal Section. The next land escapes on the agenda are for T-Mobile West LLC. This company had 2 parcels that escaped assessments for the 2023 roll. They were provided a copy of the land escaped assessments. They will also have 50 days after adoption of the escaped assessments in which they may appeal. We are available to answer any questions that you may have. I ask for your adoption of the land escapes assessments for T-Mobile West. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, the recommended motion is to adopt the land escaped assessments for T-Mobile West LLC. Mr. Vasquez, did you wish to make that motion? And Controller, did you wish to second?
Sure, I'm happy to second.
Thank you so much. And we do not have any written comments nor anyone who's turned in a comment card for the auditorium. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 7.
To provide public comment related to item 7, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Thank you, moderator. Members, Mr. Vasquez has made a motion with Controller Cohen seconding to adopt the land escaped assessments for T-Mobile West LLC. Mr. Keddy, if you would please call the roll.
Yes. Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. And we'll go on to item 8, which is part of our consent agenda, and this is adoption of the March 19th, 2024 board meeting minutes. And is there anyone who'd like to make a motion to adopt the minutes of that meeting?
Yes, I would move the approval of March 19th, 2024 board meeting minutes as distributed.
Thank you.
I would second.
Mr. Vasquez moving and Mr. Schaefer seconding. And we do not have written comments nor comment cards from folks in the auditorium. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, would you let us know if there's anyone who would like to make comments on item 8?
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 8, please press 1, then 0 at this time. We have no comments.
Thank you. Members, Mr. Vasquez has moved and Mr. Schaefer has seconded adoption of the March 19th, 2024 board meeting minutes. And Mr. Keddy, if you would please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Thank you, members. The motion carries, and we'll go on now to item 9, and we'll invite up Ms. Danny Lunetta, and also her supervisor, Ms. Cooper, who will be able to make comments on this. And we'll start with Ms. Cicchetti reading the resolution into the record.
Let's get some of the administrative stuff done first. Why don't we
Okay.
get the resolution adopted by the board, and then we'll go on with the festivities.
Okay, great. Members, would anyone like to make a motion to adopt the resolution attached to item 9?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Vasquez moves and Mr. Schaefer seconds. And we do not have written comments or anyone in the auditorium who would like to make a public comment. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 9.
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 9, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no comment.
Thank you. And members, if there's not further discussion, Mr. Vasquez has made a motion to adopt the resolution with Mr. Schaefer seconding that motion. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. And so we'll go on to Ms. Cicchetti.
Okay, thank you. Is the retirement resolution for Danny Lunetta. Whereas Danny Lunetta, Associate Government Program Analyst in the Assessment Practices Surveys Division, Property Tax Department, will retire on April 24th, 2024, after 13 years of outstanding and meritorious service to the state of California and the California Board of Equalization. And whereas Danny began her career with the California State Board of Equalization on April 11th, 2011, as a tax technician in the Assessment Practices Surveys Unit, Property Tax Department. And whereas, as a result of diligent work, demonstrated ability, and increasing responsibilities, she advanced to the position of Associate Governmental Program Analyst on January 31st, 2013, within the same division. And whereas Danny's sharp mind and attention to detail have led her to improve existing procedures as well as create new ones and enhance the effectiveness of the division's operations, including restructuring of the assessment sampling program. And whereas throughout her many years of service, Danny has served the people of the state with fairness and dedication, and proving her willingness and ability to provide quality and exceptional service. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, do hereby extend to Danny Lunetta our sincere and grateful appreciation for her dedicated service to the California State Board of Equalization and to the state of California. Our congratulations on her well-earned retirement, and our best wishes to her and her family for continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come.
Congratulations to you. And are there any board members who would like to comment? And I can start things off by thanking you so much for your service, Ms. Lunetta. We are very proud of you and so thankful. I think it's really the state staff that we have that are the backbone for effective and fair and excellent service within state government. So thank you so much for your service. Anyone else? Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, I'm jealous. I'm looking at you, how young you look. 13 years. Thank you for your service. I never heard of the name Lunetta until just recently. There's actually a fine restaurant that's opened up in Santa Monica called Lunetta's. I don't know if you're related to him, but
I'll have to go try that out.
but just wanted to also echo and thank you for your service. I know you've been really a big contributor, not only to your division, but just to the BOE as a whole, the whole family, in reading some of your history here. Appreciate it, all your work.
Yes. And Ms. Lunetta, Mr. Schaefer.
Oh, what is this word, retirement? I'm 86 and I'm still looking for it, but I'm very impressed with the service that you've given the state. I think anytime you work more than a few years, that's a career, and we all salute you for your service, and we hope we'll be able to call on you if we ever have any concern. Are you going to be traveling the world or settling down here?
Doing some traveling, but mainly settling down here.
Well, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Imran, did you have comments?
Just want to thank you too, Ms. Lunetta, for all your service to the state, this great state, and just hope you enjoy your retirement for everything that it is, everything that you deserve, and just know that the board's in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Lunetta, if you wanted to make some comments, and then we'll go to Ms. Holly Cooper for some comments as well.
Well, I've thoroughly enjoyed my time here. Everyone kept saying, why aren't you going to promote up? I went as far as I could and stay in my unit because I loved the work. I felt like I was providing a good service, and I tend to be a little obsessive, so I was a good nag and, trying to keep things running, and it just meant a lot, and I never wanted to leave, so I think I've done a good job, and I feel being able to retire, I felt like it was a good time to pass it along.
That's great. And Ms. Cooper?
Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. As you know, I'm Holly Cooper, Chief of the Assessment Practices Survey Division. On behalf of the survey team, I would like to recognize Dani Lunetta and celebrate her 13 years of dedicated public service here at the Board of Equalization. Over the years, Dani has become our assessment practices sampling program expert, developing and implementing many of the procedures associated with the program. I want to commend her for spending the last year of her career transferring her knowledge to others in the division. She has set the team up for success. However, we will truly miss her as a team member and, for me, a confidant. It's with great joy and gratitude that we support Dani's move into her well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Dani, for your service, and congratulations on a fantastic career.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. And members, we'll have a 10-minute recess right now, reconvening at 10:50 so that we can take some photos and also have those who are accompanying you today come down for a photo. And so we'll reconvene at 10:50.
Thank you.
I guess that's the question. There we go.
Okay, members, we're almost up to 10:50 now, a few seconds away, so we are back from our recess at 10:50. And the next item on the agenda is item 10 under board member matters. This is the time limit on staff reports. There is discussion and possible board action as to whether staff reports should be limited to 15 minutes, and this item will be presented by Member Schaefer.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't really have a problem with the length of our meetings, except occasionally some of them that might have run 10 or 15 minutes might run 30, 40 minutes. And I just think as a guideline, 15 minutes when we are receiving and receiving reports should be adequate and should conserve time for all of us, the audience and the board members equally. There are times when somebody would have a whole bunch of reports and there would have extended time, and that would be accepted without question. But I would like to see a guideline that all official reports that are coming to us, where we're not really evaluating and trying to decide, we're just receiving the reports, that they should have a sort of a standard of 15 minutes and a few minutes over. I do find that if we don't have any limitation, somebody may be talking to us for a half hour or so, and we do have a busy agenda, a lot of things to do and places to go, and I just am trying to avoid that extra 10, 15, 20 minutes every meeting. It adds up to a week of our life over the course of a year. And if anybody has any thoughts for or against, I'd like to hear it. I'm comfortable with what we're doing now, but I do get a little upset when a normal 15-minute delivery does run into 30, 40, 50 minutes, and we really have to be aware of the staff time, audience time, as well as our own time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Members, are there any questions for Mr. Schaefer? Mr. Vasquez.
I understand the concern. I'm just a little taken back because at the end of the day, we only meet once a month up here, and I kind of appreciate, hearing from staff on what they have to report out because I learn usually a lot from it, and it's good information to take back, at least to our constituents.
No, that's why we're here, and it's very important, yes.
That's why I was kind of wondering why we'd want to scale it back. And I pretty much leave it up to the executive director to make that determination as she preps and works with her staff on what she thinks is adequate or sufficient information to share with us.
Sure.
And I'm comfortable with how it's currently being operated, but well, it looks like the executive director's up there to make her comments as well.
Just want to participate. But thank you.
Members, are there any questions for Ms. Towers?
Ms. Stars, if we don't have a requirement, maybe we could have an aspiration or a goal. Jerry Brown taught us all that less is better.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the concerns and the comment. We do staff reports on a monthly basis, and we're doing these reports so you guys are exercising your oversight over the agency, and it's also showing how transparent we are and allowing the taxpayers and the general public to understand the great work that we do, especially when it comes to overseeing the property tax system. Staff reports, we try to be brief, but there are going to be times when they're going to go into a little bit more detail. For example, I'm going to do a report today on the annual report.
Yes.
And it's going to be more than 15 minutes, I guarantee you.
Yes.
When we do the report for the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, the monthly report is brief. It's even briefer than what it was a year ago. But when she does her annual report, it's going to go 20, 30 minutes. When we report out on value setting, something we're going to be doing next month, it's what we do. It's our key job. So it is going to take time, and it does require action from the board members. Same thing with legislation. Mr. Angelo is tracking legislation that affects BOE,
Sure.
and he's going to report out to you guys to let you know what's going on. So I understandably understand that it might sometimes be frustrating when we're here just giving you information and you think that you can't take any, you're just receiving and you can't move forward on it. But it's critical for the operation of the agency.
Sure. I see Mr. Angelo doesn't have any control over how much legislation is going on, and he has an obligation to report to us on all of it. So I can see that his role, as some of our other people, really can't have any limit. But you also are telling me we're making progress, that we're being a little more efficient than as time goes by. I was reading in this book of Mr. Dorr about Ms. Midgen, a former member of the board, is being praised for her efficiency in running the meeting, and I feel we're very efficient also. So you're really supporting my concern that we should pay attention to length, and I think we are paying attention to it, and I think you're doing a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Towers, members? If not, is it the members wish to take a motion?
Well, I don't
this
know
item?
if we need a motion. I want it to be discussed, and I feel we've accomplished that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. And we do not have written comments for anyone in the auditorium who wish to make a public comment. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would let us know if there's anyone who's hoping to make a comment on item 10 on the board member matters.
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 10, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Schaefer, did you want to make any further comments?
No, I'm ready for the next topic.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go on now to item 11. This is a proposed meeting date change, discussion and possible board action regarding changing the May meeting to May 8th, 2024, and this is presented by Member Schaefer.
Yes.
Mr. Schaefer, you may present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's very important that board members get out and about in the community, that we attend inaugurations of the governor, we attend receptions where we can meet with the legislators. I think it's important that the legislators know us and that we know the legislators. We sometimes don't know all these opportunities that are coming up, and when we're presented with a proposed agenda for the coming year, we tend to go along with it because it's prepared in good faith by our staff. There's not a lot of outsiders involved in our meeting. I look out at every meeting, and virtually everybody here is somewhat connected to what the state is doing, is on the state payroll, or is somebody that comes to see us all the time, no matter when we meet. I'm concerned that we miss some of these opportunities to schmooze with the leadership of the state that we should be able to have. It's really not an issue as to, say, Mr. Gaines or to our chair, who are within driving distance and available, but Mr. Vasquez and myself are 500 miles away or so, and it involves airplane fare, it involves hotel quite often when we go and come to the Capitol, and if we can consolidate, have our meeting on the same day that some important events are happening, since I think it is a flexible issue, I would favor us doing that. We had agreed to a middle of May meeting coming up in another month, but I see that the Sacramento leadership is having their 80th? It's their longstanding special breakfast and reception for leaders of the state. And I would like to participate in that and meet the leadership of the state without having to take a special trip to Sacramento with the airplane and whatnot. I'd like to do it at the same time that we're in town. If we could move our meeting backward a week or so to the 8th instead of whenever it's set, we could do what we're doing today and also be able to go to a breakfast and or the next morning and or a reception the night before. I think it's more important that the board members and possible staff that is of interest be able to participate in the civic life of Sacramento and encouraged to do so. And consistent with that, I would ask that we consolidate any monthly meeting with a major social event such as a swearing in of the governor, the state civic leadership reception and breakfast, things like that that we do go to, and we should be encouraged to go to it. And one way we encourage it is consolidate it with a meeting when there's no prejudice to any other interest. If we do have people coming from afar to be with us on a certain date, then I would defer to that. That's more important than our personal comfort. But if there's no reason to hold it the middle of the month, if we can hold it earlier in the month when it coincides with something that we would benefit from, I favor it. And I'd like to have my colleagues' opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions or comments for Mr. Schaefer? Mr. Vasquez.
Well, I agree with trying to schedule ahead of time, especially large events like you mentioned, whether it's the State of the State or any other large anniversary the state might be doing to network. It's my understanding, at least from staff, that May is kind of a crucial month for them in terms of their reports. So my tendency is to leave it alone. And at the end of the day, I've had to come up here on occasions, earlier in the month or sometimes later in the month to attend events here, whether it's for a special event with the state or just committees and groups that I'm working with up here in Sacramento. And while I know it's sometimes an inconvenience, especially for us that we're down, for us it's a plane ride, it's not a drive. I feel that's my responsibility as an elected official, so I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. Mr. Emron?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Member Schaefer, too, I just also want to thank you for bringing up this point as well and consolidating times in the spirit of Earth Day as well. But there also is just concerns, too, from the controller not overloading the staff here, the executive director, having a 2-3 week turnaround, especially when it comes to May being such a big month in regards to state assessees evaluation. So, and it's something that we go through this process towards the end of the year when we set up the agenda and we set up the dates. And I think that's more of an appropriate time to have this discussion. So just want to thank you again for the discussion, but I think as is correct.
Mr. Schaefer, did you have further comments?
Yes, well, I if we're not going to encourage a change, I would like to direct the executive director to have on her calendar 2 or 3 major events that she knows are upcoming, and at least consider that when she is setting a date. If she would have an opportunity to do that sometime, it would save us on travel expense, and I think we owe that to the taxpayers.
Ms. Stowers, did you have comments?
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for bringing this to our attention. Just to kind of give you an overview, as I shared previously, when we set our meeting calendars, we do look at significant dates. And we set dates, we try to set our meetings to either don't conflict with those dates or be at the same time in order to limit travel costs. The event that you're referring to was not on our calendar as a significant item. So we will reach out to the organization to see if they know when they're going to have that event again next year in 2025, and see if we can coordinate the times. But
I think this is their 80th year they've had it. I mean, it's something that's gone on longer than, well, not longer than me, but longer than.
Yes, I actually saw that, but it was not on our calendar.
Sure.
When we're going through the calendar to select our meetings. Therefore, it was not presented to you guys as something that you need to be
Yeah, the
aware of.
Caltex was on our calendar, but that wasn't.
Yes, Caltex, because Caltex invites us directly.
Yeah, I'm not fault finding at all. You're doing a good job. I'm just squawking.
Just squawking, okay, but I appreciate your concern. We will reach out to the organization. I do have their flyer and see if they're planning for it in 2025. And like you said, it's been ongoing, and if you guys, the members, would like to go, then we can coordinate. But our actual May meeting is May 29th, May 30th, as I kind of alluded to, and as Mr. Emron said, as Member Vasquez said, that is value setting. That's where Mr. McCall will be up here, I'm sorry, I said your name wrong, will be up here with all his workbooks, and you guys will be setting values for our state assessees.
Sure.
And we cannot move that date. They're working right now, crunching numbers, and it takes time.
Sure. As long as we pay a little respect to all these organizations who want to meet with us, that's all I ask.
Okay.
Okay, members, it sounds like, Mr. Schaefer, you're okay without a motion
Yes.
on this, but we've had the discussion. So let's go out to our AT&T moderator. And moderator, could you tell us if there's anyone on the line who would like to provide comments on item 11?
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 11, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. And I neglected to say that we didn't have any written comments or comment cards from the auditorium. So it sounds like that's sufficient. And I think if we see various major events come up that staff may not have included because they may not have been scheduled at the beginning of the year, and we can each forward them to see if there's a way to make a good match between those. So we're going to go on now to item 12. This is the Affordable Housing Board Work Group Report, Blueprint of Property Tax Incentives for Affordable Housing. And this is the final approval of the blueprint for property tax incentives presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you and the work and input we've had, specifically from our executive director and her staff, for getting us to this point. I know they made some good suggestions and comments, and as I look at the document, I feel real comfortable the way it's moving forward, and I think it's a good deliverable that we have now from the hearing in October, and hopefully that we can use this document to hopefully have an impact on this whole issue on the affordable housing and incentives moving forward. I'd like to make a motion to finally and officially approve it, but I want to turn to my colleagues in case there's some other comments or suggestions or recommendations they want to make before we give it the final approval. So let me open it up to the members, and then if not, I'll move it.
Members, did you have any questions for Mr. Vasquez? And I think my only comment would be a thank you to Mr. Vasquez for really pushing this item through the process. I think that this is going to be a very valuable document within the legislature in particular. And right now, from the perspective of my own district, affordable housing is such a great and pressing need. And there are so many communities across California who are really threatened in terms of the future because there is not housing that is affordable for our essential workers, for our current population, for veterans, and for others that are really an important part of our state. So I want to thank you so much for continuing to push this process forward, and I know that your staff had a great deal of work to do on it as well, and those are my only comments. Mr. Emron, did you have any comments that you'd like to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to also thank you, Member Vasquez, to see something tangible come out of our hearing in Santa Monica. I thought it was so important, number one, to get out on the road and to see the uniqueness of the Southern California affordable housing crisis, and then also, two, having a step-by-step plan on the exact issues and also how to solve these. And I think it's a very, very great document. It's very easy to read, very digestible as well. So really, really looking forward to sharing this with the world. And I think there's going to be some great things that come out of the bottom line, more housing for those in our most vulnerable and low-income communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer, did you have any comments in it?
Being a businessman, I'm very fascinated by the financial prospects of the job we can do. I see on adaptive reuse of affordable housing, they get rents to pencil out to $400 to $800 per unit, where all too often we see $3,000 to $5,000 per unit. We could, put some of the homeless up in the Waldorf Astoria, and we got to avoid that. So I think this offers the taxpayers some relief, and I applaud you for it.
Thank you. And we had a motion from Member Vasquez to approve the blueprint of property tax incentives for affordable housing. And members, is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Seconded by Mr. Schaefer. And I would just like to say for staff, when it comes to printing the necessary copies, I would like to see it go out as it's presented to us with Member Vasquez's name on the cover, because he has been so principally and pretty much solely involved in pushing this ball forward. So I want to make sure that that remains as it is. And I know that we have no comment cards coming from folks in the auditorium, nor written comments. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. And moderator, if you would please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 12 on our agenda.
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 12, please press 1, then 0 at this time.
Okay.
And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Members, if there is no further discussion, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez for approval of the blueprint for property tax incentives for affordable housing, and that was seconded by Mr. Schaefer. And we'll go ahead and have Ms. Cicchetti call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Thank you, members. The motion passes, and congratulations to Mr. Vasquez and
Thank you.
staff for a wonderful product that I know is going to be very well used. So now to staff, we would have normally had our break starting now, but we'll keep on going.
Well,
If
the
that's-
next few items on the agenda have speakers at a certain time. Might I suggest that we either go to item number 17, where there is not a speaker who has been asked to come forward, and then we could go into item 18, which of course is our annual report. We would have some time, if that would be something we could kind of continue on and keep the agenda going, since we do have scheduled time for speakers after lunch.
Thank you. And we will go to item 17. This is the veterans exemption, disabled veterans exemption, and homeowners exemption, board work group minutes and report. I know that we're going to have a more substantive item on this next month. Mr. Vasquez, did you want to defer the minutes and the item to be taken wholly next month, or go through the minutes and what's presented before us today now?
I'm open. I could, either way, whatever the pleasure is of the board.
Okay. If we do the minutes, do we have to go into the board work group, recess the regular meeting? No.
The minutes approval has to be done during a board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I see Ms. Dowers approaching.
Excuse me, Chair. Looking at the agenda, and we do have the report on the agenda, but we do not, legal, have it as an action item.
Okay.
So we cannot, you guys cannot approve it.
Okay, and I see our council coming forward as well. We're getting a lot of action here.
Excuse me, Julia Himovitz on behalf of legal. Ms. Towers is correct. You have requested that this item be on the agenda for discussion, and then within the agenda, you've requested that it be then taken up at the next meeting.
Okay.
So for May.
Okay, thank you. Then what I'd like to ask that we do is defer the item until May, and then we can take it all at once as an action item, both on the minutes and then also on the report that will have the further information then. Does that sound good? Okay.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you.
So we will keep going. We're picking up a lot of speed here. And we'll go on now to the executive director's reports. And item 18 is the BOE annual report overview, report on the California State Board of Equalization fiscal year 2022 to 2023 annual report. Ms. Stowers, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, as you know, we recently published the fiscal year 2022-23 annual report. And I will now provide a brief overview of the annual report. Also, this report is available on our website, and you should have received a copy of the report as well. Slide 2, please. The BOE reports annually to the governor as required by Government Code Section 15616. In the report and available on our open data portal are various data sets related to property taxes, including assessed value of state assessed and locally assessed real and personal property in each county and in each incorporated city or town. In addition, in the report and available on our open data portal are various data sets on the alcoholic beverage tax and the tax on insurers, the other two tax programs that BOE is responsible for. Next slide, please. Jumping right into the numbers. Here you will see a bar graph illustrating the growth of the net assessed value of state and county assessed property. For fiscal year 2022-23, the total assessed value net of exemption was $8.3 trillion, which includes $8.1 trillion for county assessed properties and $143.2 billion in state assessed properties. There has been a year-over-year increase since 2011. New for this year's report is a statewide map of the annual assessment roll for all 58 counties for the January 1st, 2023 lien date. The values include both county assessed and state assessed properties net exemptions. The darker green shade, yeah, I can see it. The darker green shade is the highest net assessed value for each county. On page 13 of the report, each county is listed with their total net assessed value. Sierra County had the lowest value at $780 million, and guess who had the highest value? Over $2 trillion. You got it. Los Angeles County. Okay, slide 5. Also new for this year is a statewide map of the average property tax rate for the 22-23 fiscal year. We were into colors for this report. Members, as you know, Proposition 13, approved by the voters in 1978, limits the property tax rates to 1% of the assessed value. Any additional amounts above the 1% are locally voter-approved bonded indebtedness. All rates are listed on page 14. Again, the county tax rate, what we have before you are the averages. And because our tax area service section maintains over 9,700 revenue districts, boundaries that incorporates 61,000 tax rates areas. Again, we like colors for this report. So, in the purple, counties in purple have an average tax rate between 1% and 1.1%. Counties in sky blue have an average tax rate of 1.1, but under 1.15. County in the sea green have an average tax rate of 1.115, but under 1.2. And counties in the dark blue have an average tax rate above 1.2. I don't know why Peter was into all these colors this time. Slide 6. As you can see here and on page 15 of the report is a table of qualifying exemptions for the 23-24 row. The largest exemption amount is for charitable nonprofits of $156.8 billion, and the lowest is the low-value property category at $172 million. That's a total of $340 billion. Not a lot of color this time. Slide 7. As you can see here and on page 17 of the report is another table summarizing the total general county property tax revenue. For fiscal year 2022-23, a total of $89 billion in total local property tax revenue. This is almost an additional $6 billion, or a 7% increase in property tax revenue from the prior fiscal year. Schools receiving about $47 billion. Local governments such as counties receive about $12.7 billion, and cities receive $11 billion, and other special districts receive $17.7 billion. Slide 8. Related to the previous slide, here's a simple illustration breaking down the property tax dollar. Approximately 53 cents of every dollar goes to our schools. 14 cents of every dollar goes to the counties. 12 cents of every dollar goes to cities, and 20 cents go to local governments such as special districts. Focusing mainly that the majority of the property tax revenue goes to our schools, and as a former school teacher, I'm sure, we got 2 former school teachers. As 2 former school teachers, I'm sure you guys can appreciate that. Slide 9. On page 18 of the report, and as you can see here, is a table summarizing the total revenues related to BOE's tax programs compared to the prior year. The table also indicates whether the revenues go to the state's general fund. You will notice that most programs have seen an increase year over year between 3 to 7%, except for the alcohol beverage tax had a minor reduction in revenue. We can have a policy discussion on why it's a reduction later. Slide 10. This graphic illustrates how the BOE supports our communities. For fiscal year 22-23, we are proud to report a total of $94.7 billion in fiscal contributions support state and local governments. $3.4 billion goes to the state's general fund, with revenue from the tax on insurer at $3 billion, and the alcohol beverage tax at $423 million, and the private railroad car tax at $10 million. $91.3 billion goes to our local government, $89 from county assessed property taxes, and $2.3 from state assessed property taxes. Slide 11. Members, as you know, property taxes is one of the primary sources of revenue for California counties, cities, schools, and special districts. While the state does not rely on property tax as a source of revenue, there are revenues implications for the state if there are any incorrect assessments of real property. State law annually guarantees California schools a minimum amount of funding, and the state is responsible for backfilling shortfalls in education funding under Proposition 98. This is why BOE's role in overseeing the assessment practices of the state's 58 county assessors, who are charged with establishing values, is so important. I'm just going to pause for a second. This is why, okay, I won't say it again, but it is very important, kidding aside, it's really important that the values are set correctly. You guys exercise your oversight. We provide them with guidance so that our schools receive the funding and our kids are being properly educated. Each of the BOE's constitutional and statutory duties is critical to promoting consistent and uniform property tax system throughout the state. In fiscal year 2022 through 23, the BOE accomplished the following. We conducted and issued 12 assessment practice surveys, which are compliance audits, and the assessors look forward to those audits. We provided guidance to county assessors in the form of issuing 3 property tax rules, issuing 59 advisory letters to county assessors, those are the LTAs, and updating 3 assessors' handbooks. Those are more guidance for the assessors. We prescribed property tax forms to be used by the county assessors statewide. And in fiscal year 2022-23, we amended 11 of the prescribed forms. We provided training and certified individuals performing the duties of an appraiser or assessment analysis of property tax for property tax purposes, including county assessors. When it comes to, that's one of my favorite jobs, is when they get their certification, I have the pleasure of signing them. And I actually do blue ink, and it's so relaxing, it's so fulfilling. So I just want to say that. That's one of my favorite part of my job. Anyway, let's see. Training. We trained about 1,498 students with 35 BOE hosted courses. Courses available on our web-based self-study course, and additional courses at the college and university levels. We issued 368 permanent and advanced appraisal certificates and 2 permanent advanced assessment analyst certificates. BOE acts as an advisory agency on property tax assessment, and in fiscal year 22-23, we answered approximately 13,000 calls and 6,700 inquiries by letter, fax, and email. Slide 12. BOE administers the welfare exemption with the county assessors. In fiscal year 22-23, we issued 922 organizational clearance certificates and 571 supplemental clearance certificates. We also reviewed 1,850 verification filings of organizations holding an OCC to ensure they continue to be eligible for the welfare exemption. So we basically audit them too. BOE also administers the Legal Entity Ownership Program, known as LEOP, which aims to discover any changes in control and ownership of a legal entity. BOE identified over 1,000 changes in control of ownership in legal entities, resulting in a reassessment of 18,000 reported parcels. BOE also acts as a clearinghouse for various claims for property tax relief under Proposition 3, 19, 58, 60, 110, and 193. BOE also monitors duplicate claims granted under the homeowners and disabled veterans exemptions. And in fiscal year 22-23, we provided critical guidance related to Proposition 19, answered over 5,000 calls, 590 emails, all related to Prop 19. Slide 13. Members, as you know, the board is required by law to hold a meeting with the county assessors at least once a year. There's you guys' lovely photo. In addition to the annual meeting, staff, myself, and you all as well are constantly meeting with the assessors within your district to discuss issues on the administration of the assessment of taxation laws and ways to promote statewide uniformity. Slide 14.
Excuse me, I had a
Yes.
question.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the annual meeting with the assessors. The picture that we have here has 20 assessors, I think, and we have 58 of them. Can you tell me that more than 20 do come to the meeting?
Absolutely. Those were the ones that were in person, but a lot of them for last year's meeting was remote, and we did an excellent roll call. that Mary and
So,
Kathy helped
yeah,
me with.
we
So
bought-
I think, I could go look at the minutes, but I think we pretty much had all 50 here, 58 in person or remotely. We had an excellent turnout.
Attendance.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, and so the
Yeah.
picture we see, we don't have a listing of them, so you're telling me we had a pretty good turnout.
We had an excellent turnout.
Oh, that's good, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm on slide 13.
14.
I'm on slide 14. Thank you, Mary. BOE state assessed property divisions directly assess certain public utilities, railroads, intercompany pipelines, which are not subject to Prop 13. In 2023, the board adopted $143.2 billion in assessed property values of 336 companies, from which schools and local communities are expected to receive $2.3 billion in property tax revenue. We'll be doing that again on May 29th. It's going to be more revenue. BOE completed 14 property tax audits and physically inspected and valued 9,600 state-assessed land parcels. It's pretty good. A lot of audits going on. BOE also processed 659 statement of land changes. BOE State Assessed Properties Division Tax Area Service Section also maintains maps of more than 9,700 revenue district boundaries that encompass 61,365 tax rate areas. Finally, the BOE processed 289 jurisdictional boundary changes in fiscal year 21-22, resulting in $442 in revenue to the state's general fund. Slide 15. In addition to the highlights I have shown today, the annual report also includes profiles of the programs we administer, information on BOE's governance and responsibilities, recently enacted legislation, court cases that impacts programs administered by the BOE, and stats index of the data that is available on our open data portal. This annual report is accumulation of and reflection of the critical work we do at the BOE on behalf of the state, schools, and local communities. Members, you should be proud of the agency that you lead. And I know you would join me in thanking all the employees of the BOE for all of their hard work, dedication, accomplishments during fiscal year 22-23. And as I mentioned earlier, this full report is available to all stakeholders on our website. That concludes my overview of the annual report, and I am available to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Any questions, members? Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stowers, for the excellent slide presentation here. I just had a couple of quick questions. You know, I know last month you brought Ms. Erica Lee from the Department of Finance, and in her forecast, she mentioned, I think it was on page 12, and I think you kind of referred to it as well, that there was an increase in the total state and county assessed values within the current real estate market, i.e., you know, we have a lot of empty buildings in San Francisco and in Los Angeles. But the corrections in the commercial and private real estate markets, I was just wondering if those trends are going to continue or what the forecasts you're hearing as you're looking at this.
Thank you, sir, for that very complicated question. Mr. Young, can you help me, please?
Good morning, Board. For the record, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. And thank you, Board Member Vasquez, for that question. The answer to that is actually a little bit complicated. It's fairly complicated. We have right now a real estate market that is actually in many sectors showing great strength. Yeah. The single-family homes, the residential part is actually doing really well. As you well know, the market right now is dominated. It's basically a seller's market. People are getting pretty good prices, so there is great strength there. there has been speculations and projections that the commercial side may not be quite as strong, especially office buildings and whatnot, with the downsizing of people actually working in the office and remote and the rise of remote working. But a lot of that has not come to fruition just yet. There are some markets, Bay Area in specific, that are a little harder hit than the rest of the state. But overall, it's something they're waiting for to happen, but it quite hasn't just materialized just yet. There's always been speculation that when these current leases expire, the next round may not be as strong. But so far, the market hasn't quite gotten there just yet. So we keep watching. We know there are pockets where it is softening, but overall, California is actually in the real estate market, especially with the strength of the residential, is actually doing okay.
Yeah, that's what's kind of surprising,
Yeah.
We constantly hear it.
Right.
That, we're hitting this potential bubble, I guess, with the inflation, but
Right.
I see the real estate industries, and I don't know where people are coming up with the money. I mean, the interest rates are going up, and it's still a hot commodity.
You're absolutely right. When during the peak of COVID, rates were somewhere in the high 2s, low 3%.
Right.
Right now, it's about double. The market has by and far reacted by basically contracting and taking stock out of the pool. People just aren't selling. The people that are selling, it may take a little longer, but by and far, they're getting at least in the residential area, they're getting basically what they're asking for. It's just taking a little longer, and the people that are buying, they're able to absorb the higher cost of the borrowing cost, the interest rates. So we keep watching and we keep getting feedback from the county assessors, but by and far, we're waiting to see what happens. So.
On a totally different note, in regards to, and you're probably the best on this one as well, is I'm looking at the qualifying exemptions on page 15. The total exemption value for charitable nonprofits increased from 144 to 156 billion.
Yeah.
That's a plus 12 billion.
Can
you go over the reason for that increase? I'm trying to figure that one out.
Well, a lot of it is affordable housing. I mean,
is that what I was?
Yeah. If you look at the proportion of OCCs that are issued compared to SCCs, all the SCCs are by necessity for affordable housing. They're about half of what the OCCs are. So that has been a general uptake in trend. And the other part of it is also, they are building more affordable housing, but more and more folks, as during these public meetings, you guys are shining a good light on the welfare exemption and what is available. I think more and more folks are actually becoming aware of it and applying. So it's a drive in both that type of activities being carried out in the marketplace, and two, a little bit more exposure as to what is actually truly available in order to help some of this activity here.
And also our process improvement.
Of course.
Get your flowers now.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also thank Executive Director Stowers, and want to thank the entire agency for this annual report. It's a report that the Controller and I both look forward to every single year. As the second largest revenue stream in California, we're considered the gatekeepers in a way too. So I'm just kind of glad to see everything looks good, everything's checking off. The one question I did have is about the alcoholic beverage tax. We saw minus 1.4%. Can you speak to any of the factors in regards to that?
It's gone. Is she here? She stepped out.
We can hold that question. I'll come up with another question.
She can hold it till she does her quarterly, because she's on the agenda.
Okay,
Ms.
I'll be
Williams,
happy
so
to
we'll
do
do her
that
quarterly
too.
report, yeah.
I have one other question then, I guess directed towards Mr. Young. We're seeing a huge projects underway. Mr. Vasquez talked about the conversions of these high-rises from office buildings into
Yes.
downtown spaces that may be residential, that may be entertainment districts,
Right.
and so on and so forth. So can you explain to me how that affects property rates and valuations as well when you have people moving into these once empty buildings?
Yes, by and far, when this type of adaptive reuse happens, it usually reinvigorates that portion of the market. What was formerly either underutilized or vacant now has a new tenant, they drive in new business, they're supporting businesses around them, also benefits. Not only do you have people coming in either for entertainment venues or actually for residential units, that supports the restaurants, the other services in that area. So I think in part of the whole equation of the relative strength and us not seeing a whole lot of the gloom and doom predicted just yet is some of that adaptive reuse. They're able to basically bring in a new use, a new activity into core areas.
Thank you. And that will lead to my next and last question for now is, we see interest rates about 3%, 3.5%, possibly a cut by summertime, and how does that affect property tax values? Are more people inclined to purchase, or more is it opening up spending, or more people inclined to borrow money because the rates are lower, and do something with that as well?
Yeah, thank you again for that question. Yes, typically when you cut the borrowing rate, it actually does lower the cost of acquisition. So we're hoping that does lead a little bit more support for the market in general, and specifically with that, perhaps there will be more activity in the home building side also. So, yeah.
Good point. Thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Young and Madam Chair. Yield back.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Schaefer?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. My comments will be neither brief or all positive. I guess I risk being the resident curmudgeon here, but I feel that I'm sent up here by 9.5 million, it used to be 10 million people to speak out. I think this is a very fine report. I always am a little bit bugged that we are the big picture here, the Board of Equalization, and our little subsidiary, which is the taxpayers' representation, puts out a report twice the size of ours. And the reason they do that is they include the statutes verbatim, which runs 20 of their 40 pages. And I have, in 6 years I've been here, I've been arguing that we should just cite the statute, the Revenue Taxation Code, which anybody can go online. They couldn't go online back in the 1800s when we were started, but, you know, this is 1924, and we should be a little more efficient with the paper and how we do it, but the word doesn't seem to get by. But let me go to the issues. First of all, I want to commend our executive director. She took just 19 minutes to make the presentation this morning, and that's within the 15 to 20 minutes that I have in my little time clock here, and I congratulate her on that. Let me go now to page 1. I am really continually to be appalled that the letter from the executive director, which is dated April of 2024, reports on a fiscal year that ended June 30th, which was 10 months ago. I own stock in some companies, and every company that I deal with tends to put their annual report out in April, and it speaks until December 31st of the prior year. There's about a 4-month time frame where we live with a 10-month time frame. I think we have an obligation to put out our annual report in October if we're going to close it off as of last June. Or if we're going to put it out in April like we do, we should close it out on December 31st. Does government have to do it differently? No. I just gave a report to each of my colleagues. Here's one for this member, and I gave one to the chair earlier. It shows that the Public Utilities Commission comes out with an annual report now, just like we do. It's an April annual report, and it talks about all of 2023. I've given you a page from that report where it talks about what happened last December, 4 months ago. I'm telling you that if the Public Utilities Commission can do their annual report within 4 months of ending the period, we can too. So that's my ranting and raving as to page 1. Let me go to page 3 briefly. Our mission here is to serve Californians through fair, effective, and efficient tax administration. I think efficient tax administration includes reporting to the public within 4 months of the end of the period, whether it's June 30th or whether it's December 31st. And I think we should be consistent with the Public Utilities Commission and consistent with virtually all the corporations of reporting to their people too. Also on page 3, we have a commitment to excellence, and we keep getting better. I think part of keep getting better and part of commitment to excellence is to get our annual report of June 30th out to the public by 4 months instead of 10 months. So I've got to that issue. Now I'd like to go to page 10. You mentioned that a number of our people did participate remotely, which they're able to do, but that your recollection is most of them were here. Do we know offhand how many were here and how many reported? Like Jeff Prang, who's our most important assessor for Los Angeles. He's not in the picture, but I knew he was here because he was all over and we bought him lunch. Do you know actually how many of our 58 physically were able to get to Sacramento that time?
I don't have that number in front of me, sir.
Pardon me?
I do not have that number in front of me, but we did do a roll call, so I will check the minutes. You were here, so.
Well, it would be, since you have the picture here, it'd be nice to include the number of attendees. And I want to commend you on something else. I'm good on commending sometimes, you know. Monthly meetings offer taxpayers and other interested parties the opportunity to participate in the formulation of rules and regulations and interact with the members. You do not, like Mr. Nanjo used to do, go ahead and say, however, if you want to participate anonymously, you have a right to do that. They may have a right to do that under the law because that's a gray area of the law, but I am adamant that it's not our business to tell them that that's a possibility. And you do it the right way here on page 10 because you just merely tell them they have a right to participate. Whether they do anonymously or not anonymously is up for them to figure out and not up for us to counsel them. Come on, let's be secret about it or not, you know. I think the topic of anonymity or non-anonymity should be left off all of our literature, including the little sign-in sheet, which is the way the Public Utilities Commission does it. And I frankly am impressed with the Public Utilities Commission. It's the way the 22nd District Agricultural Association does it, which runs the Del Mar Fair and runs the Del Mar Racetrack. I went to their meeting last Wednesday, and they have a little sheet that says, you know, you're welcome to participate. They will let somebody participate anonymously, but they're not going to tell them that. And I don't think we should be telling them that because we have a lot of problems going on in California at public meetings where people are anonymous and they use profanity, they use the N-word, they belittle people, they lie down dead and protesting the Gaza-Israel situation. They tend to do this anonymously. And if we don't tell them about the secret of anonymity, I think they'll behave themselves and they'll just sign up and they won't let that happen. Okay, and I want to get to page 13 here. I notice we have one of our assessors is dealing with $780 million, which is not very much, and another one is dealing in the trillions. I imagine the pay level of the assessor is quite different and the different responsibilities. I don't know anything about that. It's all public information.
I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't following the question.
On page 13, do you know what the compensation is of our Sierra County assessor?
It varies by county.
Pardon me?
It varies by county, but we do have their compensation for the assessors and their staff on our open data portal and the website.
That is correct.
Yeah.
We do an annual survey of the county assessors and their staff and their all levels of their
I would
employment
imagine
is on there.
Sierra would be under 100,000 compensation for the top person responsible for reporting to us, and Mr. Prang would probably be over 200,000 because he has an extensive staff. If you're a ball player, he'd be 20, 30 million. So we're lucky to have him. Okay, let me see. Page. Then I also wanted to ask you on page 19. The board serves as an appellate body reviewing and deciding certain determinations of property taxes. Everything that's come before us, I thought this year, has been by stipulation of the taxpayer in our office, and we really haven't had a hearing or determined the issue. We've just approved a stipulation with maybe a few items that we handle in closed session. Am I right on that?
Thank you, sir, for that question. So what you had today were audit findings, and the company agreed with it. But every year in December, you do your appellate function when we have the state assessees who are not in agreement with the value that we set in May. For an example, thank you. I don't know why I forgot. Southern California Edison has been before this body for the past 4 years in disagreement of their value, and you guys are in your appellate role at that time.
Yes, and we've had executive sessions to deal with
No,
that.
you do it in open session here.
We do it in open
Yes.
sessions, okay. Have we ever had a matter involving the tax on insurance
Excuse
and
me,
alcohol?
Mr. Schaefer, I think we have our legal counsel approaching.
Oh, sure,
maybe
thank you. Yes, I
add some
welcome him.
perspective here for us.
Yeah, Ms. Stowers is correct. Well, Norman Scott again, Acting Chief Counsel. Ms. Stowers is correct. There have been some adjudicatory matters come before the board, but the point that I came up to clarify is that we have not considered, the board has not considered any adjudicatory matters in closed session. That is not a proper forum to do that. We have litigation reports in closed session, but
Yes.
the matters that the board decides are all open and are considered and decided in open session.
Yes, I
Thank you.
recall that. That's right, thank you. Could I ask, Ms. Stars, have we had any debate over tax on insurers or alcoholic beverage tax cases? I don't recall any in the 6 years I've been here, and I am fascinated by insurers and alcohol, and I've been looking forward to that, and it never arrives.
There's possibility for one for tax on insurers coming up soon.
Okay,
And alcohol beverage tax, we have not had a debate on that since I started in 2008 when the board did something with a regulation and beers and wines and taxing them differently, so.
sure. Well, I think council and your office handles it very efficiently, and I want to thank you. And thank you for the report, and forgive me for delving into it, but, you know, it's smaller than the taxpayer's representative, so it must be, you know, richer in content, and I want you to know I read every word.
Thank you, sir, appreciate it.
Thank you.
I was just informed that for the meeting with the assessors last October, 35 of the 58 assessors participated.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for your comments. I just wanted to really commend our executive director and staff for an excellent annual report that really gives a comprehensive picture of the agency and the horsepower that staff brings to the tasks that we're charged with by the legislature, and to providing excellent and supportive and transparent and fair services to Californians. This is a wonderful portrait of all that you do. So thank you so much for that. And Ms. Towers, did you have closing comments on this item?
I do not.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Members, I wanted to comment that we're not going to take public comment on items 18, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, nor 28 until after we conclude item 28. And we are actually just about 6 minutes past time to take our break right now, so that we can give our captioning staff and other support services their break. So if there are no further comments.
I have 1 minute or less.
Okay, one minute or less, Mr.
Yes.
Schaefer.
I want to say this is a very attractive report, Ms. Towers. I wondered if you could tell us who the distribution is. I assume it's our 120 legislators. I assume it's our constitutional officers. I assume it goes out to the media.
It goes to the governor first, because we're required to send it to the governor. We do a press release and let our stakeholders know that the report is available, and it's available on our website. It goes to you guys. And we have a few in our office, but we don't do a mass distribution of it.
I know. Because of electronic accessibility, that's important. I bet we get a lot of hits. And again, I thank you for your part of it.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and conclude this item, and I was very happy to see that it was covered in the Capitol Morning Report, so it's fully available to the Capitol community, as well as to all of our constitutionally mandated receivers for that. And members, we're going to take our lunch break now at 11:58 and reconvene at 12:58. And as I mentioned, we'll be taking public comment on item 18 at the conclusion of item 28. Thank you.
Thank you.
at 1:05, and we'll go back to our file, and we'd like to go first to file item 15. And this is on AB 2238 by Mr. Lowe. This concerns the Franchise Tax Board membership. And this bill was previously before us, and we took an opposed unless amended position. There were amendments that were put forward on March 21st to continue to retain the chair of the BOE as a member of the FTB. And so the current status of things is that the FTB would include its membership of the controller and a representative of the Department of Finance, the chair of the BOE, and would add the state treasurer. And I would note that this legislation is sponsored by State Treasurer Fiona Ma. In Revenue and Taxation Committee, there was discussion about who would be the fifth member. And we had included in our opposition letter coming from the board that we did not feel that it was appropriate to have a representative of CDTFA is the fifth member of the board. And so the Revenue and Taxation Committee heard that loud and clear and asked us for a commitment to, and asked the author for a commitment to work with us on determining who the fifth member of the board would be. And so we were mostly focused, pursuant to our discussion on the BOE, of concentrating that on an elected official holding that position. So perhaps the lieutenant governor, perhaps someone else. But the author did commit to work with us and to involve us in that process. And so what I'd like to suggest today is that after we have questions and discussion, that we entertain a motion to remove our opposition and to continue to work with Mr. Evan Lowe as the author. And so, members, are there any questions or discussion about the current status of the bill or the discussions that went on in Revenue and Taxation Committee? Mr. Vasquez and I were both there at the committee, so we were able to see what the committee chair's thinking was and to be a part of those discussions. And we received a commitment to continue to be a part of those discussions going forward. Mr. Emron, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank this entire board for really partaking in this process. I think the controller and I's first and most important concern was keeping a Board of Equalization representative on the Franchise Tax Board. It's the second largest tax department in the country behind the IRS, and the work is important. And the chair actually joined us for our meeting in late March too, and I thought it's so productive to have a member of the board there who speaks on behalf of the entire organization too. My one question is, when you say removing opposition, the opposition letter as in the Board of Equalization chair, which is kept on now, or are you talking about removing opposition as in the fifth member with the CDTFA?
I think, and Mr. Vasquez can also chime in, that given that there was a commitment to continue to work with the BOE on the issue of the fifth member, and given that they did take the very significant step of backing away from removing elected representation in terms of BOE participation, that it would be a goodwill gesture to remove our opposition, not to take a position in support or support if amended, but simply to remove our opposition while we continue to work with the author.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer?
I'm concerned about the growth of the bureaucracy. I think the legislature ought to decide that they made a misjudgment in decimating the BOE, and it would be much cheaper and more efficient to restore to the BOE its previous powers instead of reduplicating them with other officials who are not us. I think we have enough officials in California, and I'd like to build on the strengths we have, and I consider that we are part of that strength. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez?
Madam Chair, I would just suggest that, depending on what your comfort level is on this, that we at least go on record opposing it if they don't make those changes, right? Because we still don't have a guarantee that they're going to put, or who they're going to put on it, right? And at least give you that flexibility as the chair to, in case, something happens between now and our next meeting. That's the only thing I kind of worry about, because if, let's say they do reach out to you, because that was the directive of the committee, and for whatever reasons you're not happy with who they're suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I'd hate
Thank
to
you.
handcuff you, that's all.
Thank you. Well, I think that it would be an important goodwill gesture, and the committee chair really expressed an openness to consider lieutenant governor or other elected positions, so she heard that very clearly. And I think also if authors don't negotiate with someone who removes opposition, they really do risk the bill being pulled back or damage being done during the appropriations process, which this year is going to be a very rigorous and even brutal process. And so I think that if we take that important step of saying we're removing opposition while we continue to work with Mr. Lowe, we'll be good players in the system. So seeing no further comments or questions, I'd like to entertain a motion to remove our opposition at this time and to continue to work with the author.
So moved then.
Mr. Vasquez moves, and Mr. Schaefer seconds it. And so we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez with Mr. Schaefer seconding that to remove our opposition and continue to work with the author. And we do not have written comments that have come to us, nor anyone else in the auditorium who has submitted a speaker card. So we'll go ahead and go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 15?
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 15, please press 1, then 0. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Members, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez and a second from Mr. Schaefer to remove our opposition but continue to work with the author. And Ms. Cicchetti, if you could please call the roll. Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Everard?
Abstain.
Thank you. The motion carries with 3 in favor and 1 abstention. And I'd like to ask the clerks if we have Assessor Christina Wynn, who's joined us. Okay, not yet. And so we're going to hold item 16 for a few minutes. I know that we have Mr. Mark Stivers here from the California Housing Partnership, but we'll take just an item or two in the meantime until we have the assessor join us here. And it's not yet time for us to go back to item 13 for SB 1436 by Mr. Allen yet. Mr. Allen's joining us at 1:30. And so we will keep going on, and I think we can go on to return to the executive director's reports, if this is a good time to do that. And we're on item 19 now. Ms. Dowers.
Good afternoon. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. My report today will be brief, as this month the focus is on the various quarterly reports that will be presented by my executive team as part of today's agenda. Members, as you know, last month, the BOE participated at the California Taxpayers Association, Caltax 98th Annual Meeting. As always, we appreciate the invitation to attend the annual meeting. This year, there was a great discussion on many topics affecting property taxes, and it provided an excellent opportunity to connect with and interact with our stakeholders. The board joined Caltex for the annual Breakfast with the State Board of Equalization presentation that morning. Later that afternoon, I, as Executive Director, joined the leadership of the Franchise Tax Board, California Department of Tax and Fee, and Office of Tax Appeal on a panel discussion titled An Update on California Tax Administration and Appeals. Again, we would like to thank Caltex for including the BOE in this annual event. That concludes my report. The team will follow me. Oh, and okay, I guess we will go to the next item.
Thank you so much. And we're going to be taking the public comment on that item after item 28. And it looks like we possibly have Ms. Nguyen, who's here. So we'll go ahead and take up item 16 concerning AB 2353 by Mr. Ward, and this concerns property tax payments and the welfare exemption. We have with us Mr. Mark Stivers, who is Director of Advocacy for the California Housing Partnership, and he'll be our first witness. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Lieber. Again, Mark Stivers with the California Housing Partnership. We advocate on behalf of affordable rental housing. And I'm here today to ask the board to take a support position on AB 2353, which is co-sponsored by one of your members, Controller Cohen, and authored by Assemblyman Ward. The issue that we're trying to solve is that when affordable housing developers apply for the welfare property tax exemption, they actually, that process often takes about 2 years to get through. We need a clearance certificate from the Board of Equalization. We need the applications approved by the County Assessor's Office. And during that time, when the applications are under review, these affordable housing developments, which we know are going to be affordable, they are deed restricted, we pay the taxes only to be reimbursed when that welfare exemption is ultimately approved. And so we are floating hundreds of thousands of dollars for each development for a couple years at a time, which invariably is then returned to us. And so we've worked with the assessors and the tax collectors for the last year on various approaches to solve that problem. We came up with a proposal this year that we think has broad agreement among all those groups. And the idea is that the tax collectors would just not take enforcement actions if our affordable housing developers did not pay their taxes while the applications were under review. So, in essence, it's tacit permission to the affordable housing developers to withhold payments while the application is under review. If, when the review is complete, there is any tax owed, yes, we would pay that tax and the interest on that tax. But just we would not have to float the payments when these applications are invariably approved. We are aware of one minor technical issue that the assessors have raised, and it is around For this to work, the tax collectors need to know that the developers have filed an application with the assessor. And the issue that we're discussing is just how is that communication going to occur? Are the assessors going to notify the tax collector directly? Or are they going to notify our developers who will then in turn notify the tax collector? And we have told them we are open to both solutions. And it is my understanding that the tax collectors and assessors will be meeting tomorrow to get on the same page on that. I'm sure Ms. Nguyen will have more to share on that item. But as far as we're concerned, we think we have an easy solution to that, the one issue that we're aware has been raised.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Stivers? Mr. Emron?
No questions, Madam Chair, but I just want to thank you, Mr. Stivers. As you mentioned, the Controller is a proud co-sponsor of this bill. I know we've been working with you since last year and this year too on solving such a macro issue. And looking forward to continuing our support and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no questions, Mr. Stivers, if you can stay up here with us. And we'll go now to Assessor Christina Nguyen, who is President of the California Assessors Association.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I am Christina Nguyen. I'm the current president of the California Assessors Association. I'm also the assessor of Sacramento County. Currently, the CAA's position on AB 2353 is opposed unless amended. But CAA continues to engage in discussions with the author, the sponsors, and the County Treasurer Tax Collectors Association. The CAA has significant concerns with the current bill language, but all parties have been focused on finding language that supports affordable housing, avoids unnecessary administrative complexities, and is consistent with California's property tax laws. The CAA has a meeting scheduled for later this week with the Treasurer Tax Collectors Group. So a solution is still in the works. We're just not there yet, but everyone is committed and involved.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Nguyen? Mr. Vasquez?
It sounds like they're getting close to a resolution, so I'm wondering if it makes sense for us to kind of hold over on a position until, give them the opportunity to work it out. It looks like they're almost there, from what I'm hearing.
And a question that I would have, do the two solutions that have been brought forward by the author and by the California Housing Partnership, are those the kinds of amendments that you're looking for?
Well, I don't want to disrupt this process that we're in right now, so I'd rather not comment on that question. I think we're open to everything, but it is a little bit complicated because we're talking about processes in assessors' offices and processes with treasurer tax collector, and we're not under the same rules or jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any. We can check. Mr. Stivers is asking for a support position on this. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion of support for AB 2353?
So moved.
Okay. There's a motion by Mr. Emron.
I second.
Second from Mr. Schaefer. And we do not have written comments or any comment cards from individuals who are in the auditorium with us today. So we'll go ahead and go to our AT&T moderator. And moderator, could you tell us if there's anyone who is waiting to offer comments on item 16?
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 16, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Members, we have a motion to support the bill from Mr. Emron and a second from Mr. Schaefer. Are there any other comments or questions, Mr. Vasquez.
Just a quick question. So this, if the motion goes forward, it would basically grant the developer some relief, it sounds like, on the interest. Is that it?
Relief on floating the tax payments while the application is under review. We are ultimately exempt, but we are paying them and floating those tax payments for a couple of years while the application is under review. That's
While
the
you're
relief
waiting.
we will receive, right?
Yeah. So if I might make a few comments, I really take to heart the comments raised by Christina Nguyen, and always want to take into account the assessor's practices and their capability of being able to carry out something, and the tax collectors as well. But I do feel that these are projects that will ultimately be granted a welfare exemption. And for my district, affordable housing is such an overwhelming need that it is necessary for me to agree with any reasonable tool, which I feel that this one is. I do want to commit to continuing to watch the process and be apprised by Mr. Stivers and Ms. Nguyen about what is going on. And we can bring the bill back if we're not satisfied with the progress that has been made. But for me at this juncture and in the district that I represent, it is such a heartbreaking need, and we need to take the proactive steps that we can. And I had a chance to share with Mr. Stivers briefly that I have had a family with an autistic 4-year-old in a motel in my district for the past 3 months. And I simply cannot put them back out into an encampment with a young child who picks up everything off the ground and puts it in his mouth. And having a place to stay with a door that locks is absolutely essential for people. And so I take very seriously the comments raised by Ms. Nguyen, but for me, I want to be in support of this as we move forward, and I'll continue to watch the process very, very closely. So if there are not further comments or questions, we can go ahead. We have a motion from Mr. Emron, seconded by Mr. Schaefer, to support, adopt a position of support on AB 2353 by Mr. Ward, and if the clerk would call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
I am confident we will resolve the concerns, and I will report back to you all the progress.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stivers, and thank you, Ms. Nguyen, for your help with this as well. I really appreciate
course.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. And we will go now. We have Senator Ben Allen here, who's joined us for item 13, SB 1436, and this is the California Tax Policy Oversight Board. Senator Allen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and do appreciate your flexibility. We're all running around today. I'm going to go straight to a judiciary hearing right after this, but wanted to just take a few moments out of our day together to just ask for your support for SB 1436, which is a modest but hopefully meaningful attempt to address basic questions of responsiveness and accountability from our tax infrastructure. As you all know, of course, the massive changes were made to the way we govern tax policy, and a lot of power was taken away from this board so as to create the infrastructure of the CDTFA and OTA. And yet, while there were many benefits associated with those changes, we also want to make sure that that some of the same kinds of issues of some of the value of responsiveness and oversight provided by an elected board such as yours that we're taking away under the reforms are mitigated or rectified a bit through this legislation. So I think everyone sees, most people at least see the Franchise Tax Board as reliable, responsive to tax questions raised by taxpayers, partly because it involves elected officials who are responsible to their constituents. And unfortunately, CDTFA, OTA, they don't have quite the same level of transparency and accountability. And we certainly have heard some concerns from assessors and others about responsiveness to inquiries from taxpayers and tax officials at the local level. So this board seeks to create tax policy oversight. This bill seeks to create a California tax policy oversight board, which would be made up of, right now we're working on some details. I was just speaking with Board Member Vasquez about this yesterday, but looking at the state controller, director of finance, chair of the BOE, potentially an appointment from the Senate Pro Tem and the Speaker, though we're working on that right now. But the idea is that this new board would have the responsibility to host public meetings to promote consistency in tax policy and provide fora for the tax agencies to work collaboratively on issues brought by taxpayers and provide recommendations to improve tax administration policies and procedures. So it's a bit of a work in progress. We got the bill out of committee just last week, and now it's going to the government. It got out of Tax and Revenue and Finance Committee. Now it's going over to the Governmental Organization Committee. So there's a lot of folks that are making changes to the bill, but for us, it's an opportunity to at least in a very modest way, re-inject some of the responsiveness over the tax bureaucracy that was created in wake of the reforms that stripped this board of much of that work. And it's with that spirit that I respectfully ask for your support for SB 1436.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vasquez, did you want to add some comments as well as
Please.
Bringing this forward?
Yes. First of all, I just want to thank the senator for being really real supportive and moving this thing forward. And we were actually somewhat surprised that it was unanimous by that committee. And matter of fact, there was comments by some of the members saying that they were definitely open to creating more authority for the BOE as we move forward on this particular issue. So, and I shared that with the senator, and he's looking at some possible amendments moving forward that I think, one, it's going to probably add a little bit more teeth to this, and it looks like it's going to be very favorable for this new body, really the Franchise Tax Board, which we'd be a part of. So I'm definitely supportive. And the only question I guess I had for the senator is that moving forward, there was one amendment that I think we had talked about originally, and I'm assuming, and I guess I'm hoping that that's going to be included, which would at some point give this body also the authority not only to have that oversight and recommendation of OTA and CDTFA, but in the event of a vacancy, be involved in that process of selecting whoever represents or whoever heads up those agencies.
Yeah, I think the challenge. So I'm certainly something that I would be supportive of. The challenge there, of course, is in order to be successful, we have to get the governor's signature. Right. That is something that right now is under his control. And so, how do we figure this out in a way that would be amenable to the governor's office?
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Other questions or comments for Senator Allen? Mr. Emron?
Thank you, Senator Allen. I just appreciate you always coming to this chambers and speaking to this board and staying so involved. I think the relationship with the Senate is so important here. Just specifically as the bill is written, the controller has some concerns, specifically about the confusion that will cause with the general public when you bring in all the collective tax agencies together. It kind of implies that these tax agencies, as stated, are currently not effectively communicating these issues. As of now, I'm gonna abstain on her behalf, but she's looking forward to seeing how this bill plays out in the process and bringing in, like you said, the governors as well, and kind of seeing how these various agencies can kind of coincide with each other and coexist in a way that helps serve the overall public. So I just want to thank you again for being here today.
Mr. Schaefer, did you have comments?
Yes, Senator, nice seeing you again. I remember you being with us in Santa Monica.
Yep.
I'm concerned if we go through the fruition of the bill that we're creating some extra bodies, and actually the problem arose because of misbehavior or misjudgments by some of the prior incumbents in our job. I would hope that we could keep an eye out to utilize some of us. I know you utilize the chair to avoid creating more of a bureaucracy, going back more to what we had before the divestiture. I would hope that would be in the mind because we all represent taxpayers. Thank you.
Yeah. If I may,
Please.
Madam Chair, to just respond to both the excellent comments. One of the challenges here as we try to figure out the path forward with this bill is, how. So right now it's a modest bill. I mean, this just creates an oversight board without a lot of direct power, though there is power associated with hearing issues and having the opportunity to ask questions of the leadership. So in that sense, I think it is meaningful. It doesn't have enough teeth, to satisfy Senator Dolly, for example, who gave quite a long exposition as to why he voted for the bill, he supported the bill, but he wanted it to be much stronger as an oversight mechanism. The more of that we create, the more we step into some of the concerns that were just raised by the two members. A bigger bureaucracy, and some sort of kind of additional layer of complexity that might actually complicate the running of these institutions. Right now, as we have it envisioned, as it's expressed in the language in print, it's a board that will have the opportunity to have discussion and ask questions of leadership, so as to provide an additional layer of responsiveness and accountability for taxpayers, and for this board. But one of the difficult questions I think for the bill moving forward is how much further do we go in terms of giving it more teeth? And if the more we do, the more we're going to run into challenges potentially with the governor, and also challenges along the lines that were raised by our two members here. So I certainly welcome kind of additional feedback and thoughts from everybody as we try to figure out how to navigate this moving forward. Right now, it's a modest role. There's a part of me that thinks that's probably that might be the best path, though I know there are other, the folks that want us to be more ambitious. But I'm just being really candid about the trade-offs that we're struggling with right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think if everybody's a little bit dissatisfied, it means that you're winning in the Capitol. So if there are no further questions or discussion, is there a motion to support SB 1436?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Vasquez. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Schaefer to support the bill. And we do not have any written comments, nor anyone in the auditorium who has submitted a comment card. And so let's go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 13.
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 13, please press 1 then 0. We have no comments.
Thank you. So members, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez and a second from Mr. Schaefer to support SB 1436. And I'll just add my comments briefly that I want to recognize that it's definitely a work in progress and it's a very narrow path, especially given appropriations this year. But I think it's very, very important to have the oversight of agencies, and particularly agencies that have such a crucial impact on people's lives. So if there's no further discussion, I'd like to go ahead to have Ms. Cicchetti call the roll, please.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Abstain.
So it's 3 in favor and 1 abstention.
Thank you, members.
So
Thank you very
we're in
much.
Support. Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
so
Thank you.
much. Now, members, I wanted to note that item 14, AB 2895 by Mr. Gibson, we're going to hold off on. And the word that we've gotten is that Mr. Gibson can't make it today, so it's entirely likely that we'll be holding this until next month. But just in case he does make a surprise appearance here. And we're going to be prepared for that. So we'll go back to our file order now. And we'd like to go to item 20, which is a legislative proposal for electronic serving of notices. And this will be presented by Mr. Angelo, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and members. Ted Angelo, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. We're going to go over 3 items today that I'm asking for your review and approval. And they are items I alluded to in prior meetings that reflect work with CDTFA, or the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, regarding joint jurisdictional areas that we need to have approval of the board before we can move forward for including them as cleanup measures in a committee bill. So the first item is item number 20, and as you stated, review and consideration of a proposal that would amend several Revenue Code tax code sections. I'm not going to list them all here, but actually I probably should. 32-271, 32-272, 32-272.1, 32-273, 32-291, 32-306, 32-312, and 32-432.5 to serve notice of determinations or notice of jeopardy determinations electronically in the alcoholic beverage tax programs. Item 20, so currently, and this is proposal number 1, even though it's item number 20, this proposal would ultimately go in a committee bill, either our current bill 1527 on the Senate side or the CDTFA and other tax entity committee bills, which I don't have the number in front of me right now, but it would be proposed to put in one of those 2 bills. This particular item, item 20, would, right now, taxpayers who fail to file timely petition for redetermination sometimes claim that either the NOD or the NOJT that I referenced before, notice of determination or jeopardy determination, was lost in transit during the mailing process. This would update the statutes to allow for electronic transmission, and all the references to the code sections I noted would change mailed in those code sections to served, and makes technical adhering changes to the overall code section. So that, in essence, is where I'll stop my summary. Otherwise, it would get extremely boring.
Thank you so much.
I leave that forward. I leave that for your consideration and ask for your support.
Thank you. And we have each of these items, 20, 21, and 22, that are legislative proposals on as action items. And so what Mr. Angelo is requesting is approval of the proposal. So members, are there any questions for Mr. Angelo regarding this item, item 20? Mr. Schaefer.
Yes. Mr. Angelo, how many taxpayers do we have under the alcoholic beverage programs? Millions?
Actually, I could bring up the expert on our insurance and alcohol tax programs.
Good afternoon. I am Laurel Williams, Special Taxes Technical Advisor. We have just over 10,500
Just over 10,000?
taxpayers in all of the alcoholic beverage tax programs.
Okay, how many notices are involved in these various sections? A handful or hundreds?
Definitely hundreds. I don't know the exact number of notices that they would receive.
Are these the only sections affected or just the major ones?
So item number 20 is specific to the alcoholic beverage tax programs.
Yeah.
And the reason I read so many, Mr. Schaefer, Ted Angelo again, the reason I read so many sections is all of those sections refer to the old process limited to mail only. And so those are the ones that we are aware of that need to be changed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Imran.
Well, thank you, Mr. Angelo, for taking the charge here. So a lot of taxpayers, they use the post office as a way of getting like a receipt in a way. Can you explain to me how the electronic version of that would work?
There is, according to my discussions with CDTFA, there is a confidential portal that is used to verify whether the receipt is safe and received, like a validation type of procedure. So they can't just randomly send it to an email that they think is the correct email. It has to be verified in advance. And then the receipt, they have a process to verify that it's received in accordance with the requirements of e-transmission.
May I step
Sure.
in? So currently, this program is all alcoholic beverage taxpayers are required to file their tax returns electronically. So they already have an account, similar to how you would have your online bank account, where there's a username and password, and a lot of their filing happens through there. This proposal would allow, if they either ask to receive these notice of determinations electronically, say it was mailed to them and they couldn't find it and needed it to be emailed to them, or if we had tried to mail them something and it came back in as undeliverable, then it would authorize us to say, we have a portal available, we can push this through the portal. Those would be the two instances impacted by this item.
I appreciate that, Ms. Williams, and just as we go along this process, I know we're moving into an electronic world, but cybersecurity is just as important. It's important to have those multi-factor authentications, have those firewalls, and making sure that taxpayer information is being protected to the highest level. So thank you for those explanations.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How long has this special tax program under the CDTFA been authorized to send these nods and notices of jeopardy determinations via email?
This proposal would allow us to send it by email. Right now. It specifically says, in all these code sections, it specifically says mail. So we're trying to change the language to served to allow other means of delivering.
It could be delivered in person as well, right?
Yes.
Oh, is the option as well?
Yes, that's the only two options.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, the suggested motion would be to support the proposal that would amend the Revenue and Taxation Code to serve a notice of determination or notice of jeopardy determination electronically for alcoholic beverage tax programs. And would anyone like to make
So
that
moved.
motion? Mr. Vasquez moves. Is there a second?
Second.
for that, seconded by Mr. Emron. And we have not received written comments, and nor do we have anyone who submitted a speaker card. So we'll go ahead and go to our AT&T moderator. And moderator, could you tell us if there's anyone waiting who would like to make comments on item 20?
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 20, please press 1 then 0 now. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. So members, we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez and a second from Mr. Emron to support amending the Revenue Tax Code to serve a notice of determination or a notice of jeopardy determination electronically for the alcohol beverage tax programs. So we'll go ahead and call the roll on that one.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Okay, members, the motion carries, and we'll go on now to item 21, also by Mr. Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Lieber and members. The second item, and item number 21, and proposal number 2, is a very simple proposal to change the Revenue Tax Code sections 12951 and 12977 to be consistent with some of the changes we made to the alcoholic beverage tax program for credits, cancellations, and refunds of more than $50,000. References need to be updated, and instead of saying proposed determinations and 10 days prior to effective date of determination, it's changing the code section to say any determination 10 days after the effective date of that determination. We discussed this last year, why that's the case, and these need to be updated, and that's making the insurance program consistent with the alcoholic and beverage tax program that were part of the committee bills last year. And I ask for your support of that proposal.
Okay, great. Are there questions
Yes.
or comments? Mr. Schaefer?
Yes. Mr. Angelo, how did we arrive at a $50,000 threshold?
I think that might be a Dave Young question. I don't know that answer. And I don't have the statutory reference in my background material in front of me as to when it was put in place. So it's something
This is something that we might address periodically, depending on inflation then?
And I think we have other staff input.
I would, if you don't mind me jumping in, I believe that 50,000 is the mark for board approval. I can have somebody, we can get back to you guys later with the history of how that came up.
Sure, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, other questions? Seeing none, we would be looking for a motion to support amendment of the Revenue Tax Code with respect to the 10-day public disclosure requirement for credits, cancellations, and refunds of more than $50,000. Would anyone like to make that motion? Mr. Schaefer moves.
Second.
Mr. Emron seconds. And we don't have any written comments, nor do we have anyone who has turned in a comment card. And so we'll go ahead and ask our AT&T moderator if there's input on item 21.
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 21, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back, members, and we have a motion from Mr. Schaefer and the second from Mr. Emron to support an amendment to the Revenue and Taxation Code with respect to the 10-day public disclosure requirements for credits, cancellations, and refunds of more than $50,000. And we'll go ahead and call the roll.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. And we'll go on now to item 22. Mr. Angelo.
Okay, this is the last item, item number 3, and item number 22, proposal number 3. This one is similar and almost verbatim to a proposal that came before you last year. That was part of the committee bill process, was approved by you for the committee bill last year in a substantially similar form, but was taken out of that committee bill because of concerns from the minority consultant about schedules being included without review. It was a time frame issue, and they had concerns about penalties. So this bill would amend sections 32202, not bill, this proposal would amend sections 32202 and 32452 of the Revenue Tax Code to require electronic filing of supplemental reports, including schedules, required from alcoholic beverage licensees, common private carriers, and other persons. This, the change in 32202, different from last year, is it doesn't require, it requires electronic filing of the tax reports and schedules, which was the same as last year, but it takes out a direct penalty for failure to submit the schedules along with the report. That's something that may be looked at by the committee, but this is a less punitive measure for a potential schedule not being included in that mandatory filing. So we bring it forward for your approval as a substantially similar request from last year.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this one? Okay, if not, we would like to have a motion that we support amendment of the Revenue Tax Code to require electronic filing of supplemental reports, including schedules required from alcoholic beverage licensees, common and private carriers, and other persons. Is there anyone who'd like to?
So moved.
Mr. Vasquez moves.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Emron. And we do not have written comments or anyone in the auditorium who has signaled that they would like to make a public comment on this item. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone who is waiting to comment on item 22?
If you would like to provide public comment related to item 22, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back, and we've got a motion from Mr. Vasquez and a second from Mr. Emron that we support amendment of the Revenue Tax Code to require electronic filing of supplemental reports, including schedules required from alcoholic beverage licensees, common and private carriers, and other persons. And we'll go ahead and have Ms. Cicchetti call the roll.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries.
I never got bills out of committee this easily in my past life, so
I know. I'm just dying to say the bill is out, but
thank you, members.
thank you. So before we go to item 23 by Ms. Renati, do we need a break time for staff now, 10-minute break?
I think so.
For captioning?
Yeah, let's do a quick 10.
Others? Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 2:10. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. And we'll get ready to go on to item 23. And we're calling the meeting back to order at 2:11. So we're staying on track. And we have Ms. Renati to present on item 23, the operational priorities report and quarterly budget report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, the Chief Deputy Director of the Board of Equalization. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities. The first item is our strategic efforts on BOE's workforce planning. We continue to fill our vacant positions, and since our last meeting, we have filled 3 vacant positions with employees new to the BOE. The majority of our remaining vacancies are in active recruitment, and we continue to make meaningful progress in our goal to accomplish more efficient and timely recruitment processes to reduce our vacancies. The management team also continues to perform multiple activities to develop our workforce and implement succession planning. Last month, I mentioned that we were planning an in-person training for our new supervisors, or all our supervisors, our first-line supervisors. I'm happy to report that our first-class performance development was a success, and we are working with HR to come up with some new classes, to additional training for our supervisors to ensure that they have the tools, training, and the mentoring needed to perform in their positions well. The next item is our quarterly budget report. The BOE's budget, as you know, is funded by the general fund. And our current working appropriation for the agency includes 193.6 positions for the support and operation of our tax programs. The majority of our budget is for personal services, that is employee salaries and benefits. The remaining amounts provide BOE's operating expenses and equipment, or OE&E. Typical expenses for OE&E include facility lease payments, travel, litigation, utilities, telecom, purchases of new equipment, and the like. Based on the most recent expenditure reports available for this fiscal year, we are projected to spend 84% of the amounts appropriated for our payroll and about 70% of our operating expenses. Due to the general fund shortfalls for both current and future fiscal years, we continue to review our expenditures to ensure they are necessary and mission critical, and the BOE is committed to operating efficiently, especially during these challenging economic times. Members, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Ms. Renati? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. And again, we'll be taking public comment on this item after item 28. And so we'll go on now to item 24, the Taxpayer Rights Advocates Report. And this will be presented by Ms. Hendrickson. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. My name is Amy Hendrickson, Associate Property Appraiser, and I am speaking on behalf of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office. Today, I will provide a brief update of the activities of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office. I am pleased to provide you with some of the statistics on the number of taxpayer cases completed in March by the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. We've completed 36 cases. 13 were in Vice Chair Gaines District, District 1. 13 were in Chair Lieber's District, District 2. 3 were in Board Member Vasquez District, District 3. And 7 were in Board Member Schaefer's District, District 4. 5 were from the administrative category and 31 were from the valuation category. The memo attached to the public agenda notice provides additional details on the topics within those categories. However, the largest topic area with the valuation category was exclusions from reassessment with 13 completed cases. Of the 13 exclusion cases, 8 were for transfers between parents and children, with the remaining 4 cases pertaining to a base year value transfer for persons age 55 or older. The majority of these cases pertain to the time of current law under Proposition 19, with the effective date of the intergenerational transfer exclusion provisions being February 16, 2021. and the base year value transfers provisions being April 1st, 2021. The next highest was exemptions at 4, with 3 pertaining to welfare exemptions and 1 for historical aircraft exemption. Next month, Ms. Thompson will present at the May board meeting. This concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Ms. Hendrickson? Mr.
Yes,
Schaefer?
yes. I want to thank you for the brief and very quality report. Is Ms. Thompson okay? She just unable to be with us today. We so enjoy her.
Oh, well, thank you for that question. Although I do not have those details, Ms. Thompson will be present at the May
Okay, that's
board
fine.
meeting.
Well, it's nice to see you, and hope to see you again.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions? I really wish that Mr. Gaines were here to see the first district right there competing with the second district in the number of cases. We like to have a real feisty district going.
I saw your smile when it came up, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your report. We really appreciate it. And we will take public comment on it after item 28. Thank you. And we'll go on now to item 25, the Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, delivered by Mr. Young and company.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for public comment on the phones? Okay, afterwards. I'm so sorry.
No, not yet. We'll take public comment on that item after we get to item 28.
Thank you.
Real good. Thank you.
Please, go ahead.
Of course. Thank you, Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So with me today, actually, on my full contingent of chiefs, I have Ms. Lauren Keach next to me. She will be presenting a report for letters to assessors and for training and certification, followed by Ms. Holly Cooper. She will give you the quarterly update on the assessment practices survey program. And lastly, Mr. McCool will clean up for the State Assessed Properties Division as to what's going on there. But before I let them start, I just want to just a couple of brief words for the property tax department in general and whole. It's actually doing really well. Ms. Renati already mentioned, we are in full recruitment process mode right now. As you well know, we've recently filled our chief's position, and with that comes several positions that will probably need to be followed and backfilled. So we're in the final stages of filling the next level, which is the principals, and we should bring you some update next month on that. The other thing that I wanted to just say very briefly was I want to recognize the hard work that the State Assessed Properties Division is actually doing. This valuation season has been particularly challenging. We're relatively short-staffed in that department, so everyone's basically had to pull together and basically all hands on deck in order to get things ready. So the May 29th meeting day, thank you for keeping that date. That would have been a real challenge had we moved it forward. So that's really good. And lastly, I also want to basically give a little bit of a shout out to CTFA. Both our central assessment functions for state assessment and for the private railroad car program, much of it is in conjunction with CTFA. They handle much of our technical and our system, our computer systems that basically is embedded in their functions. So we had a couple of hiccups. They've been tremendously receptive, and we're very far down the road, and we're able to solve our problems. So I just wanted to say thank you to our partners in general. And with that, if you don't have any other questions, I will turn over to Ms. Keach for the next two reports.
Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I am Lauren Keach, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 12 LTAs for calendar year 2024. Since our last board meeting, 5 of those LTAs have been issued, and those are summarized as follows. An LTA to issue the Sutter County Supplemental Assessment Practices Survey, an LTA to issue the Request for Assessment Appeals Filing Period, an LTA on home address confidentiality for elected or appointed officials, an LTA to issue the report on 2023 state assessed property appeals, and an LTA to issue the Ventura County Assessment Sampling Survey. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions on these LTAs? Okay, seeing. Oh, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you for your report. On the LTAs, I guess it's number 2024/09, advises the clerks of the local boards to send out the dates for the assessment appeals filing period for their counties no later than April 19, 2024. Would you state for the listening public the key dates that are most important for them?
The key dates that are listed in this letter?
Yes.
It says that, please note, since September 15th, 2024 falls on a Sunday and November 30th, 2024 falls on a Saturday, these deadlines will roll to the next business day, Monday, September 16th, and Monday, December 2nd. Does that answer your question?
Yes, because I figured it'd be on the weekend. I'm sure people might be a little confused by it, but just for the listening public, I thought it'd be good to get it out. Thank
Okay,
you.
yes, thank you for your question.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Please
All right.
proceed.
I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For the 2023-24 fiscal year, we have scheduled 33 classes and 3 workshops. To date, 31 of the 33 classes and 2 of the 3 workshops have been completed. And since the last board meeting, 2 classes have been taught. We also continue to offer our existing online basic training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses and self-study training sessions that are available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any question on this portion of the report?
Yes.
Mr. Schaefer.
About how many LTAs have we issued that we would find if we would go to the complete listing?
How many LTAs have we issued?
Yeah.
We've issued a total of 12 for calendar year 2024.
Okay, and has this been going on for decades, or is it something recent vintage?
If I may
Thank you.
assist on this one. On average, we issue somewhere around the mid-60s, 60 some odd LTAs throughout the year.
60 per year?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah.
Some years we have many that are pro forma. They happen every year. And then we have, depending on the legislative session for that year, there may be more bills that are passed that are pertinent to what we do and affect either county assessment or state assessment, then we would probably have a little bit more for those years.
How many subscribers do we have to the LTAs? I'm one of them.
Yes, yes. Right now, I believe there's just about 4,000 or so subscribers to our LTAs. But not only are those are people we push our LTAs out to, but they're available on our website, and the whole compendium is available for your viewing, and we get lots and lots of visits on
So
our
you
LTAs.
may have a lot more than 4,000, of course.
Yes.
Now, I didn't know that you had one on confidentiality in my home address. All I have to do is to go on my inbox for March 15th, and I'll find it. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Other questions on this portion of the report? If not, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper, I believe you're up next for quarterly report for assessment practices surveys.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. My name is Holly Cooper. I'm the Chief of the Assessment Practices Survey Division. Today, I will be presenting a summary of the Assessment Practices Survey reports issued the first quarter of 2024. However, before I get started, I would like to provide a brief background on the programs administered by the division. In terms of current auditing practices, what we refer to as an assessment practices survey is actually a compliance audit, and the BOE survey team's primary objective is to determine whether assessments are being made in accordance with property tax law. The division has two major functions: to perform surveys, which are considered a qualitative audit, and to perform samplings, which are considered a quantitative audit. During the first quarter of 2024, we have issued 2 assessment practices survey reports via letters to assessors for the following counties: Sutter County in District 1, Ventura County in District 2. The BOE performed a supplemental survey of the Sutter County Assessor's Office. This report addressed only the recommendations from the prior survey and whether the assessor has implemented those recommendations. We reviewed a total of 11 prior recommendations in the areas of administration, real property assessment, and personal property and fixtures assessment. In the area of administration, we reviewed 4 prior recommendations identified in the assessor's workload, staff-owned property, and exemption programs. I'm happy to report the assessor has implemented the recommendations related to those programs. In the area of real property, we reviewed 4 prior recommendations identified in the assessor's change in ownership, declines in value, taxable possessory interest, and mineral property programs. We found the assessor has implemented the recommendations related to the taxable possessory interest and mineral property programs, and has partially implemented the recommendation related to the change in ownership program. However, the assessor has not implemented the recommendation related to the declines in value program. In the area of personal property and fixtures, we reviewed 3 prior recommendations identified in the assessor's audit, manufactured homes, and vessels programs, and I'm happy to report the assessor has implemented the recommendations related to those programs. In conclusion, Sutter County implemented the majority of the prior recommendations with only 1 recommendation not fully implemented. Moving on to the Ventura County Assessment Sampling Survey. The BOE sampled Ventura County's 2020-21 assessment roll, which contained 274,624 assessments with an enrolled taxable value of approximately $104.2 billion. Ventura had an average assessment ratio of 99.33%, which is an excellent ratio. It's almost perfect. And the sum of the absolute differences, measuring disparity among the assessments, was 1.06%, which is well within tolerance. In summary, the BOE found no significant assessment problems as defined in Rule 371 in the reports issued during the first quarter of 2024. Both Sutter and Ventura are eligible to receive reimbursement of costs associated with administering supplemental assessments. This concludes my quarterly report on Assessment Practices Survey. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And members, does anyone have questions for Ms. Cooper or Mr. Vasquez?
Just one quick one. Thank you, Madam Chair. In our follow-up on the supplemental surveys, if a county assessor's office for some reason cannot implement the BOE's recommendation, how does the staff work with them to provide assistance?
Sure.
Us personally, our unit does not.
I'd be more than happy to chime in on that one. So it really kind of depends on why they haven't been able to implement it. If it's a technological issue, their program doesn't have them not be able to do that function, then there's very little that we could do. But if it's a knowledge gap or a methodology thing, then we will work with them to get a better understanding of whether it's a restrictive evaluation under Williamson or any type of valuation issue. And then sometimes, not often, but sometimes it's a philosophical issue. They don't think they're wrong, and we think they are. And we're at a little bit of a stalemate there. So that's the full gamut of our options. Usually, the two ends are rarities. Usually it's a knowledge thing, and we will work with them, give them whatever technical support we can.
And just one last one, kind of going back to your report earlier, you mentioned the classes that are going on, and I know now with since COVID, we've been doing more virtual,
Yes.
online,
Yes.
and I'm wondering, is that seem to be a little bit more popular than the in-person?
If I may, yes, the growing trend is most assessors have voted with the virtual classes. It's a little easier on their budgets, a little easier on travel. They still have the benefit of their employees there and able to do something maybe on when they're not actually in instruction. We have just gone through basically setting our schedules for the upcoming fiscal year for classes that we're teaching. Actually, there's going to be more virtual remote classes being offered. In the past, when we've offered, there has been instances where we've offered in-person classes. We've gotten our minimum for us to hold it in person is 12. We need 12 people actually registered, and we've had a couple where we struggled. We've actually flipped them to remote, and we've gotten 35 to 40 and with a waiting list. So they voted. We recognize this. We're right now in the process of trying to get a little bit of some upgrades and some more equipment and whatnot to better offer virtual classes. We're looking at setting up some special offices and whatnot where we can actually do this type of training. So we've recognized that's the trend. We're adapting to it, and we're hoping to fill more gaps with that type of classes.
Yeah, that was my guess, and I was just figured that.
Yeah.
Now, but you're saying there is a little bit of an added cost in that, only because of the equipment, or is that just like a one-time expenditure?
No, so right now we were in the midst of a transition. We were actually teaching a lot of our classes out of the training room that we had for in-person classes. It's a big training room. The facilities we've made it work. But we realize now that since we're going to offer these classes virtually, a smaller training room where just an instructor and a facilitator can, it's a little bit easier function-wise, and it saves the big training room for other functions. So we're right in the middle. We're right in the very beginning of that transition. It's just a recognition of this is kind of where everyone's kind of heading towards the remote. And how do we get ahead of it and provide the training at a efficient and cost-effective way?
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Imran?
Thank you, Mr. Young. Speaking about the training.
Yes.
And the classes being virtual and some being in person.
Right.
My understanding is that towards the end of these programs, there is some type of examination. And does that happen in person, or are we still doing that virtually, and kind of like the security protocol?
Yeah.
Making sure somebody passes, but they pass in a fair manner.
Right. So when we offered the remote classes, they have if they're in person, of course, they're taking it in person. But when we do it remotely, we have a couple of options. They can either come down here and take it with us, or we can send the exams. Usually, we like to send the exam to somebody outside the assessor's office, their HR, the county HR department or whatnot, and they can administer the test, collect it back for us and send it to us, then we correct it. The long-term solution, of course, is to find a way or a platform to do electronically. I know for 100% certainty. They do it with colleges and whatnot, and you can actually go ahead and take the exams that way. It's just a matter of time, resources, and finding the right platform for us to make that transition. So in the long run, we look forward to it being electronic, but we're a couple steps away from that.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Ms. Cooper, for hanging in there all day with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. If you guys are ready, I'll end up with Mr. McCool on
Yes, please.
SAPD.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. The annual state assessee property statements were due on March 1st. Many state assessees requested and were granted extensions to the filing deadline. SAPD staff are diligently working on completing the unitary appraisals, and our staff is working at full capacity. We continue to engage with assessee representatives, and we will continue to make ourselves available to discuss issues and meet with assessees as needed. Our real property appraisal team has completed their appraisal work for this lien date. This team of appraisers is responsible for annually determining the market value of all state assessee land parcels. This year, the team conducted physical inspections and determined market values for approximately 8,800 land parcels across the state. Our hard work is an integral part of the annual unitary values that will come before the board at the May board meeting. The real property team has also processed almost 600 statement of land changes forms and are now preparing the year-end communication with the county assessors to ensure the correct assessment jurisdiction for all land transactions involving state assessees. Our tax area services section is close to completing processing work for all jurisdictional boundary changes for this fiscal year, and I will provide an update on their work at next month's meeting. That concludes my report on the status of ongoing work in our division for this month. Thank you, members, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. McCool? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Members, we will go on now to item 26, which is our Communications Chief's Quarterly Report by Mr. Kim. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I'm Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. Today I'll provide a brief overview of some major highlights and accomplishments of the department of the first quarter of 2024. Members, as you know, the BOE website is a critical tool in communicating and providing essential and up-to-date information to stakeholders and the general public. I'll first begin with some updates to the BOE website. In the last quarter, since the Proposition 19 webpage was launched on November 10, 2020, there have been approximately 667,064 unique external page views through March 31st of 2024. This is an additional 61,876 page views since last quarter. The Guidance Issued tab was updated in the last quarter. The letters to assessors related to Proposition 19 were reorganized and grouped by subject. The subjects were Proposition 19 general information, intergenerational transfer exclusion, base year value transfer, and rulemaking. This allows county assessor offices and stakeholders to easily find guidance based on the subject. Next, I'll be providing a brief update on the Translate webpage to offer translation to non- or limited English-speaking individuals that have been available since June 10th of 2022. The webpage offers 7 language options, and there have been approximately 6,022 unique external page views since the end of the first quarter. This is an additional 898 page views since the last quarter. Members, next I'll provide a brief review of BOE's social media activities. The BOE continues to utilize social media to expand our communications and stakeholder relations. Last quarter, social media posts included state holidays, which are BOE office closures, upcoming board meetings, recent BOE publications, the announcement of BOE's new division chiefs, disaster relief time extension for the 2018 Camp and Woolsey fires, disaster relief for property owners impacted by the severe winter storms, a reminder to file the homeowner's exemption before the February 15th deadline, the board presentation of a retirement resolution to Anthony Rowell, and the board's participation at Caltax's 98th annual meeting. Finally, a new Linktree account was established for BOE's Instagram account so our followers can easily access links to resources within the platform. Members, I will provide a brief recap of the new or updated publications that the department facilitated. The memo provided to you lists all of the publications, but I wanted to note that we help facilitate the Taxpayers' Rights Advocates Fiscal Year 2022-23 Annual Report and the 2023 Property Tax Legislative Bulletin. Members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Mr. Kim, Mr. Emron, and then Mr. Schaefer?
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Once again, just something that this report out is something I always appreciate, and the weight that you carry on your shoulders representing this board to a state of 40 million people. We've done some great work here on the Board of Equalization in regards to like military, the veterans, and the work that we're doing with them, making sure that they're aware of their exemptions. Have we been looking into, or is there any way that we can look into having like kind of a something on the website that specifically says, hey, this is a link for military and veterans, and they can click on it and it has a list of resources that the BOE is offering, the state of California is offering, and then even like an outsource for like, for example, the Department of Veteran Affairs. But like I said, like a standalone link that says, hey, a box that says military veteran information here.
Yes, thank you for the question, Deputy Controller Emron. I am aware that we do have a whole webpage just based on the exemptions, but what I could do is just look into that and further investigate to see if there's any other way we can target the audience further. I know that, like you said, the exemptions, there's for veterans, there's for homeowners, there's a whole slew of exemptions from my understanding, but I could definitely work with the team to see what other possible ways we can make it so that it's easier for the audience.
I appreciate that, and something that we do at the Franchise Tax Board is like really singling out like the Cal EITC, the Earned Income Tax Credit, the Foster Youth Tax Credit as well, and those have such an immediate impact too. So I think that's so important, and that's something that this board offers too, in a form of a credit. So just thank you, and I'd love some type of report back on that. Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Kim, I notice you have 6,022 page views of your translation web page. Do you have any breakdown? Is that like 6,000 Spanish and 22 all others, or what?
Yes, thank you for the question, Board Member Schaefer. As you know, it's through the board's leadership that we created that Translate webpage. Former Chair Cohen was her initiative. Unfortunately, we can't break it down per the language because it's just one web page, and from that web page, folks can then click on a link to download a mechanism to help with the translation of the page. So unfortunately, we don't have that information, but I believe that the fact that we have that resource, that helps us in terms of reaching out to our non-English speaking audience.
Or do we have some applicants for each of the offered languages, or can you say that?
Application as in?
Do we have some for each of the 7 languages?
Yeah, those are the 7 languages that we have available for the application or the extension for those to have the information in that language. Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's of course English, and then there's 6 others, and I imagine Spanish is a favorite, of course. Could you tell me, have there been 1 or more applications of Filipino, Vietnamese, Korean, and Armenian? I'd imagine we'd have a handful at least.
Yeah, I would assume so. The 7 language options, of course, are Spanish, traditional and simplified Chinese, Tagalog, which is Filipino, Vietnamese, Korean, and Armenian.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to know if we have it, at least somebody is using it, but if not, if you don't know that, I won't expect you to tell me. And another question, going back to Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report, Publication 316, does that cut off in June or at the end of the year? That was a discussion earlier as to the annual report.
Yes, thank you for that question. Similar to the agency's annual report, it is also based on a fiscal year, so it ended on June 30th, 2023.
So it comes out to us 8 or 9 months after the fact.
Yes, we've noted your comments earlier today. I just wanted to clarify that because of the different revenue numbers that we have to collect in order to publish the annual report, the gathering of that data and the compilation and just all of the different factors, and I want to thank the team who assist with providing all that information. It's quite a teamwork effort. So. But if there's any way we can speed it up, of course, we would do that.
If you needed some guidance from the board, feel free to ask us.
Thank you.
And then finally, well, that's the main thing I wanted to have. Do you have an opinion on my continually raising the issue that because we are in 2024, not 1900s, we do have computer access available for everything and everything. My repeated suggestion that instead of print 20 pages of revenue and taxation code, we just refer to the revenue, and that would have the effect of turning publication 316 from 40 pages down to 20 pages, and then it would be maybe more consistent with us.
Yeah, I know that you've noted that for the annual report for the TRA office. I do know that the reason why our taxpayer rights advocate does publish the statute in the annual report because it's the statute at that point in time. As you're well aware, sir, the legislature amends, changes laws constantly, and so therefore it's one way to document and preserve what the statutes were when the annual report was published. And second of all, the annual report for the TRA office really is not distributed physically. It's generally for the website. We just provide a few physical copies to those that don't have access to a computer or for the board's convenience to look through it. But generally speaking, we do not print hundreds of copies of that annual report. We do have it featured on our website. So that's where we, generally direct the public to. So hopefully that answers your question, but really it's to document the statutes at that point in time so that taxpayers and stakeholders, anyone can refer to the Bill of Rights at that moment.
Do you think the public that is looking at the annual report would be more interested in the Revenue Taxation Code section at the original time or as it exists today?
I'm pretty sure that they would like to see both. They want to see the current version, and
please.
Yeah, and they could see the statutes at that point in time. Then they could compare what changes were made. So it's just it's another additional resource that we can provide as the.
You should be grateful that you don't print the old and the new version both.
Right, we don't do that. Yes.
And Mr. Imran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Member Schaefer. I just wanted to point out too the questions about the language. I was working with Mr. Kim, and we were able to identify the top 8 languages spoken in California, the foreign languages besides English, and that was the list that we compiled through our own data. And in such a racially, ethnically diverse state, I think that pays dividends. So just want to thank you, Mr. Kim and Mr. Schaefer, for bringing that up.
Thank you. Well, if there are no further questions, Mr. Vasquez.
Just a quick question along those lines on the languages. I know you've done a pretty good job here. We're up to 7 languages. Is that like an app that people just click on, or is it actually a body? and does a translation?
Yes, thank you for the question, Board Member Vasquez. It's a link that folks can click on, which then puts in an extension with Google Translate so that the web page then is translated to the language that they clicked on. If that answers your question.
So would it be a challenge, or do we have capacity to add, let's say like I know in LA we have a lot of Persians, for example. Is that something that we could add, or are we at capacity with that app? I was wondering.
Oh, no.
In terms of more languages, I guess.
Yeah, I believe there are definitely more languages that can be accessed. Google Translate translates various, I believe hundreds of languages for that. But we just identified the most commonly requested or used language throughout the state. Yes.
So you're saying you don't think there's a demand, for example, in LA for like Persian or Russian I'm looking at, and even Japanese for that matter?
Yeah, the capability is there, and if there's definitely demand for that, we could investigate and add. Yes, but for right now, it appears that the language that we're offering now is sufficient. Yeah.
I think Mr. Emron has some comments relative to that.
Yes, Mr. Vasquez, you bring up a great point. We've been working at the Controller's Office to add a few ourselves. It's in line right now with the BOEs as well, but for example, like Portuguese and French and Arabic as well. And I think it's like all-encompassing as we can try to make it. And then, Mr. Kim, I had one other question too. So for example, somebody goes on and they're a limited English speaker, but they're not also internet savvy. Can they call the Board of Equalization and get a translator on the line, somebody that can speak Spanish or any type of other language as they work through their property tax forms, for example?
Yes, to answer your question, yes, we do have an EEO office, and they would be the ones to receive the requests for any type of translation services that any taxpayer may need. So definitely they're able to do that. As you know, a lot of our commonly requested publications, we've translated them either into Spanish or simplified Chinese that the board is aware of, so those resources are available too.
Great news. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And we're going to go on now to item 27, and Ms. Williams is coming up, and I just wanted to indicate that I think we're safe, we are possibly safe to cancel our second day and to go forward with the PAN noticing that we will not have a second day. And it's always dangerous to say that because wheels could come off at any moment here, but we hope it won't be during your presentation.
I hope it's not during mine. So with that said.
Guys, before we get going, I just want to make it clear on the record that April 17th, 2024 board meeting for the BOE is canceled.
Yes, we will cancel the potential of having the meeting spill over into Wednesday, April 17th, 2024. Thank you.
I had a comment, yes. I would prefer that we not list the second day and then cancel the second day. I would like us to know that we can forge ahead all day long and then some if necessary on day one. I've seen city councils where I've sat go on until 1 or 2 in the morning. I'm not suggesting that, but I don't want us to feel that we have to adjourn by 4 o'clock for any reason so people can go to dinner with their family. I'm all for working through to 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, if that's what it takes to eliminate day 2. I'm thinking of the taxpayer's expense.
Well, we don't have an item on that, and I see council giving me the eagle eye because we don't actually have that on our agenda today, but we could look at that in the future and then kind of parse the various labor laws that we're under and get to that point. But right now, for today, we will not have the second day that was noticed. And we'll go instead to item 27, the special taxes quarterly report with Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is Laurel Williams. I'm the BOE's technical advisor for our special tax programs, which include the alcoholic beverage tax and the tax on insurers programs. Today, I will give you a report on program updates since I'm at my last quarterly report. I will start with the tax on insurers program. The program has had a consistent number of accounts since my last report. We are currently at 2,742 accounts. The revenues for the program in fiscal year 23-24, according to the March 2024 Department of Finance Bulletin, are just shy of $2 billion. This is approximately $26 million or 1.3% above the forecasted amount. The program remains very compliant otherwise. Our next program is our alcoholic beverage tax program. Currently, there are 10,688 accounts, which is also consistent since my last report. The revenues for this program in fiscal year 23-24, again, according to the March 2024 Department of Finance Bulletin, are at over $287 million. This is approximately $7 million or 2.4% below the forecasted amount. This can be for a few different reasons. The one is alcohol consumption appears to be trending downward as many of the younger generations are consuming more non-alcoholic drinks. For instance, the mocktail market is increasing at a very rapid rate and becoming more popular. And there is also a movement called #SoberCurious that a lot of the younger generations are more and more involved in. Alcohol, another factor is alcohol is also competing with other products such as cannabis, and in some states where things such as in Oregon where there's more psychedelics that are allowed, it also has a competition there. And thirdly, there is quite seems to be a connection between as mental health awareness becomes, people are more and more aware, there's less of a stigma of seeking out mental health awareness, and people are going and seeking treatment through those channels instead of potentially self-medicating. Those are all factors potentially contributing to the downward shift in consumption of alcohol. On other parts of the program that I report on, the opt-in, opt-out rate for the wine grower program remains relatively consistent. The January period, January is the month that all of the taxpayers for the wine grower program have to do a filing, whether it's their regular annual filing or those that file monthly have a December return. So there were 5,075 people who filed, and of those, 3,010 opted out. So slightly fewer chose to opt out in this last round than previously. The beer manufacturer returns with SB 388, those are starting to have the option for people to opt in or opt out. Unfortunately, since it just went into effect, I don't have any of the stats of how many have made that election yet. However, I expect that I will be including those statistics in my next report. The alcohol program is also very compliant, so that's great. I will include a parting fact for you guys. Since this is April 7th was National Beer Day, and that is because on April 7th, 1933, at 12:01 a.m., after 13 years of prohibition, beer manufacturing was allowed to resume. The Anheuser-Busch plant in St. Louis threw a watch party that reportedly had over 25,000 attendees ready to get beer legally again. So with that note, that concludes my report this quarter, unless there are any questions.
Okay, fantastic. Any questions for Ms. Williams? If not, that was a great report with a lot of good nuggets in there. It was a real California report. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And we'll go on now to item 28, which is our Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's report with Mr. Angelo.
So I'm still going last, but you've seen me already. So, Honorable Chair Lieber and members, Ted Angelo, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Earlier today, we went over 3 proposals that were approved. So we've covered those already regarding items 20, 21, and 22, I believe are the correct numbers. So I don't need to go over those, but thank you for your action on that. My team right now has completed analyses on AB 1868, which is the property tax assessment for affordable housing proposal by Assemblymember Friedman. And that bill is on its way to the Appropriations Committee. It had some technical amendments which took into consideration some of the concerns that we had highlighted in our analysis and shared with the committee, where they were at first trying to limit the taxable value of the property to the original purchase price and down payment for Habitat for Humanity type of properties. They've made amendments to the bill that make it more technically in the area they were trying to pursue, which is consistent and uniform equitable property taxation and consideration of the deed restrictions that are on these properties. So at the time of purchase, an assessor shall not include the value of the deed of trusts referred in 214 III sub A is how that was technically handled. And if there's any issues with that going forward, we'll work through with the committee consultants, but we believe the bill has no opposition at this point and handled those technical concerns. We've also completed analyses on 1879, and I discussed last month regarding electronic signatures. It's on the consent calendar, so it should be moving forward. I don't believe it's going to the fiscal committee, and that's the bill that would add section 168.1 to Revenue Tax Code, where we are not already authorized to accept electronic signatures in our interactions with assessors. This makes it specific. So 1879 is moving to the Appropriations Committee, or is going directly on consent on the Assembly floor. SB 1164 is the third that's available, and the analysis complete, and this is the accessory dwelling unit bill. This would, this is the one that requires the 15-year provision on construction and accessory, it excludes classification as newly constructed and new construction on the construction of an ADU until 15 years have passed. So we covered that one. That's on its way to Senate Appropriations and should be heard, if not this week, next week. We are currently working on about 5 analyses, 2353, which we talked about today. So I'm not going to go over the bills that were handled with other members speaking on them today, but 2353 regarding the delinquencies by Mr. Ward that the board is going to support. That bill will be in appropriation. It is actually going to be in Rev and Tax coming up next week, Assembly Rev and Tax. 2506 is possessory interest in publicly owned housing by Mr. Lowenthal. It hasn't been scheduled yet. AB 2647 is a new bill that was a gut and amend, and I sent out the latest update to members on Friday with a few bills that were recent gut and amends. Gut and amends means the bill was not dealing with this current subject of the Revenue Tax Code that we normally look at, and all of a sudden it does the next day. And oftentimes you're not made aware of it, and so those bills went out to you, and we are taking a look at them. The first of which is 2647, which contemplates housing for law enforcement and firefighters being part of the welfare exemption. So I believe it's section 214, if I'm not mistaken. It would add a new provision for welfare exemptions for housing for law enforcement and firefighters. I don't have all of the details of the bill, and I didn't plan to go into the bill in great detail today, but it's something that we'll be taking a look at and analyzing. Also, AB 2897 is the Community Land Trust bill, which will be up in Rev and Tax next week. This bill changes the definition of community land trust, and it's very similar to AB 430 Bennett from last year, which was held in Senate Appropriations, but it adds a number of cross-references, and it allows a CLT to own rental units not subject to the 99-year lease restriction for parcels without dwelling units. It also allows ownership of parcels without dwelling units on it, like a community garden or something for environmental stewardship practices. So we're taking a look at that bill, but it's going to be very similar to the analysis we did last year on AB 430. And again, that'll be coming up in Assembly Rev and Tax next week. And AB 3268 is a possessory interest bill trying to make a rebuttable presumption for low value exemption for sidewalk parklets. So businesses that became, during the pandemic, popular on sidewalks on public property, it is trying to make a rebuttable presumption that they meet the low value exemption of $50,000 for possessory interest. So could be pretty controversial in a budget year, but that one was one of the recent gut and amends.
Before we go past, is that what it's referred to as parkettes?
I think it's parklets.
Parklets. Okay,
Yeah.
there's a word I hadn't seen before. Thank
Yeah, and there's actually a webinar that was put forward by, I believe it was the Santa Clara Assessor's Office. So Ms. Lieber would probably know this gentleman, but on the issue itself that was done last year, and about proper taxation and emanating from, trying to keep businesses going when folks were wanting to eat outside for, to promote more safe places to eat outside. So something you could take a look at if you're interested in the issue before the bill comes up in committee. And again, I didn't cover, but our own sponsored proposal that extends the low value ordinance is SB 1527. So that bill will either include the three provisions we discussed today that were approved, the legislative proposals, or it will be in another taxation bill that is a committee bill that has other tax entities in it, such as CDTFA, FTB, et al. There was one other bill that I wanted to mention today, and it is AB 3141. And it was also included in my update to you last week about possessory interest for seaport environmental improvements. So this, at all seaports throughout the state, would try to exclude environmental cleanup with new technologies to do such prospectively. And it's complex, and we're not quite sure if it's constitutional at this stage in terms of the way they're trying to do it. But if you are mandated to do environmental cleanup work by the state and you want to get tax credit for it, there's different ways to do it. Property tax abatement is one of them. Possessory interest in terms of equal application of law can be an issue, but these are things that they are contemplating as a way to either adhere to local ordinance requirements for environmental cleanup projects at seaports. So that's one we'll be taking a closer look at and analyzing and sharing with you. That is what I have to share today. I planned on doing a brief report because I knew we were going to have a long day potentially, so I cut it a little bit short. But if you have any questions on any of the bills that I send out, I can discuss them now or get back to you.
Okay, great. Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering, do you have information available today on your take or any analysis on the Gibson AB 2895?
I do not.
Okay. I know he's going to come probably next month, but I just thought if you had something to share, but
No, I
we
don't
can
have.
wait.
I don't have anything today to share on that.
Okay.
But we are obviously tracking it as well as the low bill.
And then you mentioned on the low bill too, I guess it was 3268 on the parklets, sidewalk parklets.
Correct.
Basically. Do we have an analysis on that one?
No, because it was just a gut and amend.
Oh, it's good, okay. So
we didn't see that one coming.
It just popped, all right.
But we're jumping on it.
So that'll
and-
come back later.
Yes.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions for Mr. Angelo? Mr. Amran?
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. Appreciate your legislative report. I know it's a very, very busy time of year, so I'm going to be very brief here. There's this one bill that I wanted just to put on your radar, Assembly Bill 3051 by Assemblymember Mary Suchi, and it's a state taxpayer. It pretty much is. Allows for a voluntary tax submission to a K through 12 climate change education voluntary tax contribution fund while you're filing your state taxes. So essentially, like, as you go through your state taxes at the end, it allows you to donate money, and you'll go through two K through 12. And the reason I bring this up here at the Board of Equalization is because we have such a huge footprint in funding schools ourselves, and I just want to see how, if that bill goes through, the analysis, the funding analysis, and how much schools K through 12 will get that money too. So once again, Assembly Bill 3051.
I appreciate you bringing that to me. And we'll take a look at it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Angelo? If not, we'll keep on going, and thank you so much. We'll be looking forward to your next report.
Thank you, members.
Thank you. And now we're going to go back to take public comment on the balance of the executive director's report, only excluding items 20, 21, and 22. So we'll take public comment on 18, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28. We don't have any written comments, and we haven't received any signals from anyone in the auditorium. So we will go ahead and go out to our AT&T moderator to see if there's anyone who would like to comment on the executive director's reports.
If you would like to provide public comment, please press 1, then 0. That command again, 1, then 0. And we have no comments.
Okay, thank you, moderator. And we will keep on going now. And our last item for today is, sorry. Please.
Can we just officially make a note about item 14?
Yes. So we will defer item 14, the consideration of AB 2895 by Mr. Gibson to our next meeting. Is that sufficient?
Agendize it for the future? Is that okay with our team here? Yep. Okay, yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And we'll go on to very brief closing remarks and comments. Does anyone have some? Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, mine are more Germans. Is that appropriate now?
It is very appropriate. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, yes, members, I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of two individuals who dedicated their lives and careers to addressing injustice. One of them is Reverend Cecil Murray, from LA. The other one is Peter Shea, an attorney. First, Reverend Dr. Cecil Chip, as we know him, Murray, was a compassionate and charismatic clergyman who emphasized taking Christian beliefs beyond the modern church building that housed his congregation. He led his church community in working on police brutality concerns, public education, economic development, affordable housing, and many vital services that address issues involving the Black Americans. He died on April 9th of natural causes at his home in View Park, Windsor Hills, neighborhood of LA County at the age of 94. I had the opportunity to meet him and work with him back in the 90s. Very dedicated Reverend. The last one is Peter Shea, a native of South Africa who worked for decades to champion immigrants' rights as the Los Angeles attorney. He was the founder and executive director of the Center for Human Rights and Constitutional Law and National Immigration Law Center, and led class action cases on behalf of immigrants involving access to public education, medical care, and the welfare of accompanied minors. He died of complications from lymphoma on April the 2nd at the age of 77.
Thank you so much. And if you can convey the board's thoughts and condolences to Reverend Murray and Peter Shea's families and communities, we would appreciate it. Are there any other very brief comments, Mr. Amran?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to make a quick adjournment too. This was about two Saturdays ago in San Francisco, where the controller and I held from. There was a family of four waiting at a bus stop on what was a beautiful Saturday on the way to the zoo. And there was a car that went over the sidewalk and plowed into them, killing the entire family. It was a father. For the record, I want to read their names: Diego Cardozo de Oliveira, their 2-year-old son Joaquin, the mom Matilda Ramos Pintos, and then the 6-month-old baby also succumbed to their injuries. Ramos Pinto de Oliveira as well. The infant's organs were donated and hopefully can help serve to save another life. It was very, very tragic. The entire city was shocked and just something very, very heartbreaking. And I just want to urge everyone here and those in the public listening online, please exercise caution when you're driving your cars. As much as we're in a rush nowadays to get to where we want to go, those vehicles can cause a lot of damage, impact especially to pedestrians. The family was trying to be eco, use the bus to go to the zoo, and tragically had their lives cut short. So just want to send out a prayer to them and their entire family. They're Portuguese nationals too. And just in that moment, a beautiful family's lives were cut short, and something that I believe was a preventable accident. So just Godspeed, and may their souls rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Amran. And if you can work with the controller to convey our condolences to the extended family, and in particular the community around Portola, and to the San Francisco community, which were so hard hit by this incident. Thank you very much. And I think we are all set with all of our business for today. I want to thank all the staff for hanging in here with us, and I think we really broke some speed records today and got things done in a very efficient manner. So thank you to everyone, and we are adjourned at 3:19. And I should note that our next scheduled board meeting is Wednesday and Thursday, May 29th to 30th, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. on the 29th in Sacramento. Thank you so much.